Good evening. Calling to order the February 5th meeting of the Burbank Unified School Board. We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Chumash, Tongva, Fernandino, Tataviem, and First Nations on which we are learning, educating, and living. Ms. Kuteri, can you please take the roll call at this time?
Member Olson?
Present.
Member Agakanian?
Here.
Clerk Kano?
Present.
Vice President Weisberg?
Present.
President Ponser Kamkar?
Present. We need to do the pledge. Yeah. Sorry, what? Oh, yeah. Mr. Nguyen, would you be so willing to lead us in the pledge on your first board meeting with us? Welcome to BUSC.
Put your hands to your heart and pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you so much. Welcome to BUSD. I've got some reporting on closed session. Let me get to there. Does this give you enough space for my bags down here? Okay. Just want to make sure I've got the right. Okay. All right. On item 3A, public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code 54957. The Board of Education met in closed session and voted to approve the acceptance of written determination and decision regarding employee number CL 08925 on the motion of member Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. The motion was unanimous, so the ayes were member Olson, member Kano, member Agakanian, member Weisberg, and member Ponser Kamkar. On 3B, action on student expulsion. On first student 9600-43800, Dr. Weisberg made a motion to accept the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel. That motion was seconded by Board Member Olson. The motion passed unanimously. On 3C, Board Member Olson made a motion to ratify the agreement recommended by the administration. That motion was seconded by Board Member Kano, and that also passed unanimously. All right, adjustment number 6, adjustments to the agenda. We're going to pull item 12N and 13N. So let me get there.
President Kamkar,
Yes.
we also would like to pull
12L.
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 Do we have the attachment for 12M?
We did. We made
do?
copies and they've been passed out.
Great.
So that may be on your desk up here. The payroll consulting group one, yes? Okay, great.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll get to that one when we get to that one. 12L, 12N, and 13N are pulled. Are there any other items to be pulled? Okay. Items for future agendas. Dr. Weisberg.
Yeah, I have a few. I don't know that this needs to be a report, but one of the things that we didn't hear from during our special education report was the amount of money that's being spent on agency hires. We heard numbers, but not amount. So it'd be great to just get that amount back. And then the other thing I would like, two things. One is a report out about, I'm so sorry, I wrote it and now lost it. Give me 1 second and I will find it again. The changes that we're making to our ELD program, I think it's a really exciting development that's going to serve our students exceptionally well, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about it since I know families have been informed. Would love to hear about that. And then the other item I had, I think, is not a report, so I'm going to hold on to it. So those are the two things I have.
Okay, thank you. Other future agenda items, Dr. Agakanian.
Thank you, President Kamkar. So I had asked in the past to get a report of our donors throughout the year, and at one point try to acknowledge them. So I never got anything last year. It's the beginning of this year. I would like to see if we can get a report on who our supporters were last year, and then trying to maybe try to, find a way to, not only acknowledge them, recognize them. I know we've talked about this, but I think it's important to make sure that, these individuals, organizations are recognized. Either it's a report, a presentation, or even if to invite them and acknowledge them publicly.
Okay, thank you. Other future agenda items? Board Member Olson.
Hello. I wanted to add a study session or discussion around the legal spending report from tonight, so that we can follow up with some action and tactical follow-up from that. I received in our weekly board letter that our team is going to a conference in April about the changes to legislation that impact our kids and their meals. And so I would love a report after that so that our community understands those changes, because I've heard there are a lot. And then I wanted to have a report or a review of our Granicus contract. When is the end? How can we decide whether or not to and create a process for having a new vendor experience? And then mine was going to couple on yours and get really specific on the numbers that I think we need in order to make good decisions. And I think that after kind of marinating on last week, the ask that I think would be, in addition to what you suggested, Dr. Weisberg, on breaking down contracted staff versus in-house staff, I would like to see it disseminated alongside the amount of students served, if possible, and additionally broken up by school. I do think that adding those additional items will allow us to act faster in proactivity to next year. Thank you. That's it.
And now I have one more thing to add to that. Dr. Macias said that he was going to follow up with each of our sites individually, secondary and elementary, to make sure that the numbers are accurate in regards to staffing at each school site. So I think that feeds directly into what Ms. Olson is asking for. The correct numbers, just confirming that will be helpful.
Remember one.
Wow. All right, Dr. Agakanian.
I apologize. I just remembered. I also want us to go back and, if we can, and get a report of what currently, when it comes to space, land that we have that's not being used. We've talked about in the past about, even with some of the institutions that are, I don't know what happened, for example, our conversation with like Valley College, knowing that we're trying to acquire or partner with us. But also I want us to see if there are any lots that are open, if we can get a report on it to see where they are, where is this property and what is being done about it, if it's just sitting there. Because I know that, this is something that's come up in the past as well, just to get an idea of if there's anything else, if there's anything out there right now that, I know we've gotten a report in the past, but I want to just get an updated.
Okay, I think that's fine. I think we took the Perkins Eastman report to the SFOC fairly recently. I don't know that anything from
If nothing has changed.
I don't think anything has changed since the last time that we did a facilities master plan. But I think we could resend that around.
With your permission, I can take that back to Dr. Macias and see what we can do to get that.
That would be
information back
great.
to you.
Thank you, Dr. Knappich.
Shirley.
Thank you.
All right. Any other items for future agendas? I think we're going to be full. All right, great. Reports from the board and staff. We will start with our student representatives. Let's start with Natalie Garabian. Did I do it right? All right, for Burbank High School.
Welcome, Natalie.
Good evening, President Kamkar, members of the board, and members of the Burbank community. I'm pleased to share several updates and highlights regarding recent and upcoming student initiatives, programs, and events at Burbank High School. First, we're proud to report that Burbank High School is participating in the Student Visionaries of the Year initiative this year. This 7-week campaign supports the mission of creating a world without blood cancers. BHS is represented by 2 student teams who have worked diligently over the past several weeks to form candidate teams and recruit community members of all ages to support their fundraising efforts. The official campaign launched today and will conclude on March 27th. Throughout the campaign, students will lead community-based fundraising initiatives on behalf of Blood Cancer United through sponsorship outreach, organized fundraisers, and other creative efforts. We commend these students for their dedication and encourage community engagement and donations in support of their work. Additionally, last week, BHS held a week-long lunchtime school program showcase where the AP and elective teachers helped students learn about the wide range of courses offered, provided insights, and answered questions in preparation for course registration. Featured programs included instrumental music, color guard, vocal music, drama, and NAF academies. Jazz Night, hosted by the Burbank High IMA, took place on Saturday, January 31st at 6 p.m. in the Wolfson Auditorium. The event featured performances by the Burbank High Jazz Band, the USC Afro-Latin American Jazz Ensemble, the Herbert Hoover Jazz Band, and the Huerta Middle School Jazz Band. The evening highlighted both student talent and community collaboration. Looking ahead, the dance program Senior Showcase will feature performances and original choreography by the class of 2026, Advanced Dance, and the Unleashed Varsity Dance Team. Performances will be held on Friday, February 6th and Saturday, February 7th at 7 p.m. in the Wolfson Auditorium. Several February student engagement activities are also planned. Throughout February, the junior class will sell Valentine's grams in the quad, allowing students to write notes that will be delivered to recipients during their 4th period classes for Valentine's Day. On February 12th, students will participate in a Valentine's Spirit Day by wearing red, white, or pink. On the same day, Burbank High School will welcome JBHS ASB reps for a collaborative visit to build relationships and discuss some similarities and differences between our respective ASB programs. Finally, on February 20th, the senior class will host a movie night on the field from 7 to 9 p.m. featuring the film Tangled. Tickets will be priced at $10 with an ASB card and $15 without, and food trucks will also be available. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for our student representative? Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Haley Huang from Burroughs High School.
Hello, excuse me. Hello and good evening, President Kamkar, distinguished board members, district staff, and members of the Burbank community. I'm here to share my report for John Burroughs High School at the February 5th, 2025. Last week, on Thursday, January 29th, our seniors in the NAF Medical Academy went on a field trip to St. Joseph's Medical Center, where they gained first-hand experience through a Q&A session and a tour of the facility. They learned from multiple professionals and leaders from the various hospital departments as they shared their passion for healthcare. Additionally, ASB had a very successful winter pep rally last Friday, January 30th. Themed to Star Wars, students were fully immersed in this galaxy far, far away as they watched participants compete in various games like unfreezing Jedi robes and paper ship races. Beyond the competition, the dance team performed an electrifying performance that wowed the crowd in the big gym. We also recognize our winter varsity sports teams celebrating the hard work of their athletes as they wrap up their seasons. Overall, the atmosphere was incredibly spirited and hyped, with students filling the gym with deafening cheers and lots of school spirit. In sports news, as our winter season comes to an end, our teams are not slowing down. As the home Burbank Burroughs basketball game took place on Tuesday alongside senior night, the Bears fought a tough battle but remained victorious with our girls team. Even more exciting, our girls water polo are Pacific League co-champions. Both them and our girls basketball team are heading for CIF playoffs, with girls water polo having their first CIF home playoff game against Paloma Valley today at 5 p.m. and basketball next Thursday. Coming up, our drama department is bringing the house down with All Shook Up, the high-energy musical inspired by and packed with the unforgettable songs of Elvis Presley. From the swoon-worthy Can't Help Falling in Love to the show-stopping Jailhouse Rock, this show is bursting with romance, laughs, and non-stop rock and roll. With shows in the auditorium February 6th and 7th at 7 p.m. and February 8th at 12 12 p.m. noon, we invite everyone in the BUSD community to come watch this Burning Love special. Lastly, I want to take a moment to show appreciation for our counselors at boroughs and throughout the district during National School Counseling Week. From helping freshmen on their first day of high school to guiding seniors through the college application process, your unwavering commitment and dedication to students do not go unnoticed, so thank you for all you do for everyone on campus. Beyond that, we have no major concerns to share at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Haley. Any questions from my colleagues? All right, thank you so
you.
much. All right, next is 8B, reports from our labor partners. I see Sarah Schwartz from BTA. Welcome, Sarah.
Good evening, community members, members of the Board of Education, and fellow BUSD employees. My name is Sarah Schwartz, and I am a Burbank teacher, a BUSD parent, and the president of the Burbank Teachers Association, representing over 700 teachers, counselors, nurses, and speech and language pathologists in BUSD. On January 15th, BTA held our annual State of our Union meeting. This was an opportunity for the general membership to come together and engage with colleagues to help drive the direction of BTA. Through this dialogue, members provided feedback as to what their priorities are for our future superintendent. That feedback has been essential, as I have now had the opportunity to speak with the consultants from ESS twice. Tonight, I'm here to share it with you. Educators want someone with substantial classroom experience who understands the current realities of teaching, including special education and the unique needs of every grade level. We need someone who isn't demanding things from educators that they have never done or wouldn't do themselves. Physical presence matters too. Educators want a superintendent who is engaged and visible on campuses, interacting with staff and students, not someone isolated in the district office. We need a leader who relies not only on what is reported to them by intermediaries, but on their own observations as well. This is not only a good leadership practice, but an exceptional way to proactively identify and solve problems by hearing directly from the educators and classified school employees who keep our schools running every day. Communication and transparency are also critical. BUSD needs an excellent communicator who follows through on commitments, works with all stakeholders, and isn't afraid of difficult conversations. Transparency and communication are key to restoring trust in BUSD leadership. We've said this since June 2025. Rebuilding trust in BUSD, especially the district office, needs to be every BUSD leader's top priority. This also means hiring a superintendent willing and able to have difficult conversations with each of you as trustees about learning from the events of June 2025 and ensuring robust accountability and oversight of the district office moving forward. Finally, the future superintendent should co-develop a clear vision and strategic plan alongside employees, parents, and students. Too frequently, educators feel like BUSD is reactive instead of proactive. This is such a common refrain among BTA members that has become a running joke. We need a leader prepared to break that pattern. No more leadership by crisis. Educators in BTA know what our students and schools deserve. We need a partner ready to help us deliver a world-class education for every student in Burbank. As my executive board wrote to you on January 15th, educators are tired of waiting. We need progress. We've spent the last few weeks watching a series of tragedies unfold in Minnesota and elsewhere that have seriously impacted students and schools. Every day, educators worry about protecting our schools and students, whether it be from funding cuts, understaffing, or purposefully cruel immigration enforcement. Quite simply, there is too much at stake for our students and the greater Burbank community to continue with the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schwartz. I don't think I saw Ms. Bauman. Okay, great. And we don't have anyone from BASA, do we? No, okay. All right. Next would be reports from the superintendent. You may have noticed that Dr. Macias is not here. He had a personal emergency that he was unable to come tonight, so he is missed. I do have a statement that he was prepared to read tonight, so I'm going to do my best to adjust this so that it is coming from me, but it is a statement from Dr. Macias. So I would like to take a few moments this evening to address complaints that the district received in January concerning members of the Board of Trustees following disclosures of emails related to the specialized services contract. The district has carefully reviewed the complaints in consultation with legal counsel. After that review, it has been determined that the complaints do not fall within the district's uniform complaint procedure or any other formal complaint process established in board policy. The Uniform Complaint Procedure is a statutory process under the California Education Code that applies to specific programs and activities. The allegations raised do not fall within those categories. Similarly, other board policies that provide complaint procedures apply to district employees or job applicants and limited timelines for submitting complaints. Board members are not district employees, and the complaints do not appear to be within the policy timeline. Those policies are therefore not applicable in this instance. Even when a complaint does not fall within a formal complaint procedure, the district does retain discretion to initiate an investigation where appropriate. The board's decision last year to retain the Sobel Group to conduct an independent investigation related to the specialized services contract is an example of the district exercising that discretion. After careful consideration, the district does not believe the circumstances here support initiating an additional separate independent investigation. That decision, however, should not be interpreted as dismissing the concerns raised or suggesting that the district is taking no action. To the contrary, many of the issues raised are matters the district takes seriously and is already addressing. With respect to the allegations related to the specialized services contract, those issues are already within the scope of the ongoing Sobel investigation, including what staff and board members knew and when. Once that investigation is complete, the district is committed to evaluating the findings and taking appropriate action, which may include policy changes, procedural improvements, or other necessary steps. Beyond that investigation, the district has already taken and continues to take concrete steps to strengthen governance and operational practices. These include improvements to warrant review and approval processes, completion and accuracy of board minutes, internal review of issues related to bond oversight, and continued strengthening of fiscal controls. As a matter of fact, we have a new district director of fiscal services and are in the final stages of recommending a candidate for the assistant superintendent of business services. In addition, the district is actively working in partnership with the Los Angeles County Office of Education to review and strengthen payroll and related functions, and we remain open to additional external support where it adds value. I also want to note that the board has engaged in a self-evaluation process and has identified priorities and goals focused on improving governance, transparency, and accountability. That work is ongoing and will continue to guide both board and staff actions. Some of the remedies requested in the complaint, such as censure, recusal, resignation, or referral to outside agencies, are not decisions made by district staff. Those matters rest with the board itself, individual members, or external entities. The district values community input and recognizes the deep commitment many members of our community have to public education in Burbank. That input helps inform our work. At the same time, the board and district leadership remain responsible and accountable for setting priorities, making decisions, and taking action in the best interest of students and the community as a whole. As Dr. Macias has said consistently, there is significant work to be done. He remains fully committed to doing that work in partnership with the board, our employees, our families, our students, and the community. Finally, we understand that not everyone may be satisfied with the district's response. We remain open to continued constructive dialogue, and we will continue to move forward with focus, transparency, and accountability. That is the report from the superintendent. So I will move to,
I have one more.
oh, you have another one. Okay, Dr. Knapek.
I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the superintendent to introduce our new director of fiscal services, Mr. Kai Nguyen, and I'll invite
Hi.
podium.
Welcome, Mr. Nguyen.
As he's coming to the podium, I'm pleased to share some exciting news regarding the growth of our district leadership team. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kai Nguyen. He is honored and excited to serve the Burbank Unified School District. Mr. Nguyen comes from a long record of leadership and broad operational expertise. Prior to joining us, he served as Assistant Superintendent of Business Services at the Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District, where he provided executive oversight of fiscal services, maintenance and operations, transportation, child nutrition, information technology, and risk management. His extensive background in these critical areas will be a tremendous asset to our district. Within fiscal services, Mr. Nguyen has deep hands-on experience in payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable, and purchasing. Notably, he led a successful joint effort between fiscal services and human resources to transition from the county's HRS financial system to the county's human capital management, HCM, system, supporting position control, HR, and payroll functions was just a part of his responsibilities. Drawing on this expertise, he looks forward to guiding Burbank Unified School District through a smooth transition to the county's HCM system when the opportunity arises. Mr. DeWin holds a master's in business administration from the University of California, Irvine, along with a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration with an emphasis in information systems and international business. He complements this academic background with multiple professional certifications, including Microsoft certification, Microsoft Database Administrator certification, Cisco Certified Network Professional, Chief Business Officials certification from the University of Southern California, fight on.
Right.
Beyond his professional life, Mr. Nguyen resides in Arcadia and enjoys playing tennis, swimming, running, and staying active. And with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Nguyen.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Knapik. And thank you for allowing me to join the Burbank Unified School District family. I'm looking forward to making a positive difference here, and I'm working alongside with Cabinet, Dr. Hasty, and the Cabinet team members. So thank you again. Appreciate it.
We're excited to have you.
Thank you.
And you know, it's not often that you get the opportunity to implement the same HCM twice. So
Yes.
I'm sure you're excited to implement lessons learned, because I've heard it's quite the task to implement and make that transition. Surely the systems you're transitioning from are different than the ones, but the two is at least the same.
Correct. Yeah, there's some minor glitches, but I think collaborations with other departments, it should be a smooth transition.
Great. Any other comments from my colleagues?
I was just going to say, Zat, right? You went
Yes.
to Irvine. I mean,
Yes,
you
sir.
see Irvine.
Yes, Irvine. Yes, thank you.
You said fight on, we'll say Zat. I'm sorry.
Oh boy.
Zots.
And welcome. And again, I always say, we're here. If you ever need us, you know where to find us. And welcome to the family.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Welcome, Dr. Nguyen. All right. Yay. All right. Number 9, request to address the board. All right. An individual or group representative present this evening may address the Board of Education on agenda item or any subject within the jurisdiction of the school board by completing a white request card and turning it into Ms. Quiterio. Speakers are requested to state their name prior to speaking to the board. No more than 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker, except by unanimous consent to the Board of Education. The superintendent may refer the matter to the proper department for review. The district is providing alternatives to in-person attendance for viewing and participating. Do we have virtual speakers today? Okay, I'm not quite there yet. Before we get started, we talked about this last month. I want to talk a little bit about expectations, because we do have children here today, so I want to talk a little bit about language. So my goal, as always, and the board's goal, is to ensure that public comment remains a meaningful opportunity for community input while allowing the board to conduct the district's business in an organized and lawful way. So I want to reference 2 board policies. Board Policy 9323 covers meeting conduct and provides that the board president will not permit disturbances or willful interruptions of our meetings. And Board Policy 1313, which is our civility policy, which sets expectations for respectful participation. So let me be clear. The public has a First Amendment right to speak, and the board has a duty to maintain order and conduct district business. So if a comment becomes disruptive, off-topic, or inappropriate, I may pause the clock to provide a reminder or direction and then restart the timer so the speaker has a fair opportunity to complete their remarks within the rules. So if profanity or inappropriate language is used, I will ask the speaker to rephrase and continue it appropriately. The goal is not to silence anyone, The goal is to keep public comment fair, orderly, and accessible to everyone. You know, I have heard often from folks that they did not always feel that board meetings were a safe and respectful place to express their opinions or to bring their children because of language that was used in this room. And so, because this is, for many people, their first experience with civic engagement, I want to make sure that these meetings are a safe and respectful place for everyone to participate. We will hear criticism, me including, and probably in particular, ideas and concerns, but we will also protect a process that is fair to all speakers. So what we will do is get started here. And we are starting tonight with Mr. Joel Schlossman.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
You know, I've come here and I've asked a lot of questions of the superintendent. It's okay with me that he's not here because he never answers me anyway. You've heard me ask very polite questions in both closed session and open session. For example, he likes to say, overserve the underserved. Well, I've asked him, what does he mean by that? Please clarify. I know what my meaning is of that. I want to hear what his meaning, because the very saying itself is discriminatory. Somebody is going to get overserved and somebody's going to get underserved. And who are these people that are underserved? Who's he going to treat differently? So that's one thing. Boy, I forget what I'm going to say. I'll go right to, well, let me say this. You have an obligation to know everything that you can know about your prospective superintendents that are coming. This is a job that, with benefits, is about $400,000 a year. And it's important to have the right person leading this organization. So I've struggled to understand, well, I remember what I was going to say. It had to do with why Mr. Macias has a program for girls of a certain age. It appears that they have a certain color, and he takes them out of class. And I've asked him to explain that program to me, and I've asked him several times, and he's ignored me. And when I asked Mr. Knappich about it, he was an absolute gentleman, and he said, "You're right, Mr. Schlossman. We should do something for the boys." And that's all it took to validate my concerns, that he was treating people different. And I don't like that discrimination. So Mr. Macias wrote this article, and he wrote it. It's not that he can't say some reporter twisted my words. It's written in the first person. And I don't want you to take my word for it. I want each of you to read it. I want everybody in the room to read it. And the way I read it is, the way I found it is, I went to the search engine. I used Google. And if you will type in Voyage LA, Oscar Macias, you will find out his story. And that's the very title of this article. So I want all of you to read it. It's important that if he's in consideration, he says he is, for superintendent, that you read it. And there's a lot going on in this article. It was not something he wrote in 5 minutes. It's as if he went into a psychiatrist's office, laid down on the couch, and started talking about all his problems and his upbringing and all the things that affected him in his life. And it paints a picture of a man with a chip on his shoulder. And my conclusion after reading this is that Macias is damaged goods. And there's good people and bad people he talks about, and the bad people are whites. That's his word. White people, white men. And the good people, well, they're non-whites. That's right in here. And he had some unfortunate incidents growing up, no doubt about that. He ran across some ignorant people, no doubt about that. And But the way he handled it is problematic because it carries forward to this day that he won't respond when you ask him a reasonable question. And he doesn't like criticism. We know that. And that fosters the wrong environment for a public organization. All these folks that work with him, they might be afraid to say anything critical because look what happens when you do. That's been shown. You know, he cost the district with this Cantwell episode around $400,000 because he's been off work and, you know, 13 months worth of pay and all his benefits and so forth. It's a big deal to get the right person leading this ship, this public organization. It's not private, it's public. So think about it. Please read this story. Make your own conclusions. Once again, go to Voyage LA, Oscar Macias. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Schlossman. I have Linda Walmsley, followed by Kathy Stevens.
Good evening. My name is Linda Walmsley. 8 months ago, speakers began coming to you to speak about the backlog of official meeting minutes spanning several years. We have spoken respectfully, we have cited board policy, and we have waited for you to properly address this issue. Tonight's agenda includes the minutes for approval from only 2 meetings held in November. That is progress, but is still outside of what is legally required. Let's be very clear about what is missing. There are 2 board meetings in December with no minutes before this board. There are 2 meetings in January with no minutes before this board. The former kindergarten teacher in me tells me that that totals 4 sets of official actions, discussions, and votes still absent from the public record. Board policy is explicit on this issue. It clearly states that minutes from the prior meeting are to be agendized for approval at the next regular meeting. That requirement exists for one reason: public accountability. Minutes are not optional. They are not a courtesy. They are the legal record of this board's actions. Board Policy 9324 requires that minutes of the prior meeting be prepared and presented for board approval at the next regular meeting. That requirement exists to ensure continuity, transparency, and public access to board actions. In addition, Education Code Section 35145 requires school district governing boards to conduct business in meetings that are properly noticed and recorded. The actions taken at those meetings must be memorialized so the public can understand what decisions were made and how board members voted. Further, the Ralph M. Brown Act, Government Code Section 54957.5, is clear when it states writings related to agenda items, including draft and final minutes, are public records and must be made available to the public in a timely manner. The Brown Act is rooted in a simple principle: the public's business must be conducted in public, and the record of that business must be accessible. In your role as clerk, Ms. Cano, you are legally responsible for ensuring minutes are prepared, maintained, and brought forward for approval at the following meeting. Failure to produce timely minutes is a statutory compliance issue. The board itself retains oversight responsibility, but the clerical duty belongs to the clerk. As I did on July 24th of last year, I respectfully request that you adhere to the requirements in Board Policy 9234. At your next meeting, agendize the minutes from the 2 meetings in December and the 2 meetings in January, have them prepared and present them for approval, and of course, have the minutes from this meeting agendized for approval also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walmsley. Next, we have Kathy Stevens, followed by Daniel Hacking.
Good evening, members of the school board and BUSD administration. My name is Kathy Stevens, and I'm here to comment on matters related to agenda item 10D. Board President Panzer Kamkar promised to have representatives from the Sobel Group here this evening to give an update on their investigation of the consulting agreement with Specialized Support Services. In light of Dr. Macias's statement, the Sobel report is even more important since it includes serious concerns against seated board members. This agreement was signed 8 months ago. In the January 23rd Leader article, Trustee Panzer Kamkar noted that she remains frustrated with the Sobel Group as its investigation has dragged on for a long time. She said the plan is to have a representative present at the February 5th board meeting. So is anybody here from the Sobel Group? I'll go on. It has been shared that none of the 5 board members from June 2025 have been interviewed by the Sobel Group, and from what President Panzer Kamkar says, there does not appear to have been an update on the investigation at all. Is that correct? Trustees Panzer, Kamkar, and Weisberg assured the public a few times that the results of the investigation would be made available to the public. However, the agreement between the district's law firm, Atkinson, Andelson, and the Sobel Group states in 5 separate paragraphs that the results of the investigation will be delivered to the law firm and will be protected under attorney-client privilege. The agreement also states the investigator agrees that it shall not disclose or disseminate its findings, evidence gathered, or its investigation report to the district. It sure sounds like the public will never see the outcome of that investigation. Unless, as the agreement states, the investigator's final report will be protected from disclosure pursuant to the firm's attorney-client privileges unless specifically waived in writing by the district's governing board. Do the promises made by members Panzer, Kamkar, and Weisberg mean that the board intends to waive the right to attorney-client privilege to provide the promised transparency by releasing the entire report to the public, if or when it appears? Other matters to note. The cost is not outlined in this agreement. Is this all part of the legal cost detailed in item 10D, legal fees year to date, or can we anticipate more? New information in the form of emails between Trustee Panzer Kamkar, Andrew Cantwell, and Trustee Weisberg is now available that was previously withheld from the investigation over the past 8 months. Also reported in the Leader, Kamkar goes on to state in the email, I sent John the following notes and read many of them aloud in the meeting as part of my desire to gain clarity on conflict of interest. I checked my text with John and my conversation where he disclosed the minutes contract with Brianne and money troubles was on February 21st. I believe Emily and I met with John the following Tuesday. That brings up a few questions. Why is the investigation taking so long? How much is it costing the district? Why haven't the board members been interviewed? Why did trustees Panzer, Kamkar, and Weisberg say the investigation would be made public when the contract clearly states it will not even be given to them? And without access to all of the information, is this investigation valid? Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Daniel Hacking, followed by Les Cohn.
Good evening, members of the school board and BUSD administration. My name is Daniel Hacking, longtime resident in Burbank. Another recently uncovered email has popped up. This one is from April 2023, written by trustee Emily Weisberg to former superintendent Matt Hill and former assistant superintendent Andrew Cantwell regarding an open letter request. It says, and I'm quoting the entire email, does he not have to specify the content present in the emails and texts he is requesting? There is an enormous amount of correspondence that occurred between those dates. Is he asking for all of it? I ask because there is quite a bit of confidential information in some of the emails between specific families, etc., that he should not legally have access to. Can he be more specific about what the emails he's asking for? I am deeply concerned about the content being misused by this requester. Additionally, as is best practice, I delete all text messages related to anything school board related. I don't have any current text messages from Dr. Hill, Dr. Neiman, Dr. Parama, or any other board member. I clear my texts out immediately after board meetings at least once a week. Oh boy, there are multiple legal, procedural, and ethical problems with this email. Weisberg admits to regularly deleting public records. That is not best practice. It's the exact opposite. First of all, Board Policy 3580 is very clear that all electronically stored information related to the conduct of district business on a board member's personal account or device shall be retained, including text messages. To be clear, Dr. Weisberg absolutely should not be deleting her text messages. Under the California Public Records Act, or CPRA, a requester does not have to itemize emails or texts they haven't seen. They only need to reasonably identify records by date range, parties, and subject matter. Member Weisberg's email suggests she believes the requester must narrow content to protect the district. That is incorrect under law. Weisberg has improper concerns about confidential information. The CPRA already contains exemptions for student records, personnel files, attorney-client privilege, and the like. It's the district's legal obligation to review and redact or withhold exempt material, not the requester's burden to guess what might be confidential. Weisberg says there is quite a bit of confidential information that he should not legally have access to. Is legally irrelevant. Requesters are entitled to everything that is not exempt, period. Expressing fear of misuse of records is also legally improper and concerning. Courts have been clear on this. A public official cannot deny, limit, delay, or discourage disclosures based on a distrust of the requester. That veers into retaliatory or obstructive thinking, which courts take very seriously. This email shows that Trustee Weisberg has a fundamental misunderstanding of the CPRA, an improper attempt to shift legal burden to the requester, an inappropriate concern about requester motives, admission of routine destruction of public records, and potential exposure of liability to the district and to herself. Here's the bottom line. A board member's involvement in reviewing or narrowing a public records request is in direct conflict with Board Policy 1340, which gives that job to the superintendent or staff designee. Records requests are required to be preceded neutrally by staff and council, with exempt materials redacted as required and without board interference. And for sure, best practice and the law requires that records, including board members' text messages related to board and district businesses, are not deleted. This is of particular concern after learning about the recently disclosed emails from June 4th, 2025, that were not included in a public records request about the conflict of interest financial benefit to fellow trustee Shar Tabbitt. This obscured important information, namely, what did Trustee Weisberg and Poncer Kamkar know, and when did they know it? It makes me wonder why those emails were withheld from the public records request regarding this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right. Mr. Les Cohen, followed by Jim Festante. If I got that name right.
Good evening, board members, members of the community. I'm Les Cohen, and I'm speaking tonight regarding the taxpayer-funded payout to Chief Administrative Officer Andy Cantwell. Based on calculations of your publicly reported agreement, this figure is approximately $447,496.90. That's $447,496.90. Extraordinarily high and deeply concerning to this community. Under California Education Code and established governance standards, this board holds fiduciary responsibility for the financial stewardship of district resources. Board Policy 3100 specifically requires the board to ensure that district funds are managed responsibly and in the best interest of students. The community deserves answers. Why did this board move forward with allowing Mr. Cantwell's contract to take effect on July 1st of 2025, despite numerous community members urging you through public comment, emails, direct conversations to pause that contract pending investigation? At the time, serious concerns existed regarding the specialized services contract. Additional highly irregular contracts, the months-long delay in forming the Bond Oversight Committee, and illegal submission and approval of $40 million in voter-approved funds, to name a few. Those concerns relate directly to Mr. Cantwell's oversight. Why was a promotion and raise granted before those matters were fully reviewed? Given these performance failures and others detailed in the charges read to him at the December 25 board meeting, why didn't Mr. Cantwell ever have an employee performance review documenting his mistakes? Not doing even one review turned out to be very expensive and reflects a lack of oversight on your part. Why was Mr. Cantwell allowed to remain on paid administrative leave for 6 months while taxpayers continued to fund his salary? Delays in decision-making have financial consequences, and in this case, those consequences were borne by the taxpayers and students of Burbank. Reports also indicate a November settlement offer to Mr. Cantwell may have been rescinded. If that is accurate, that decision may have increased this payout by thousands of additional dollars. Let me repeat the final settlement offer: approximately $447,496.90. Nearly $500,000 lost represents lost opportunities for students. It represents lost PE programs that could be preserved, custodians and campus safety staff who support safe schools, and teachers who directly impact classroom learning every day. To say the community is flabbergasted is an understatement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Next is Jim Festante, followed by Jeff Vanderborg. Hi, Mr. Festante.
Thank you. Let's keep the financial talk rolling.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Jim Festante. I'm a Stevenson parent, PTA board member, school fundraising VP. And speaking of Stevenson, I would like to take a quick moment to thank the school administration led by Principal Jill Johnson, the PTA led by President Carrie Walko, and Families for Stevenson led by President Elizabeth Green for the tireless and often thankless work that they have done for our TK through 5th graders. And thank you, Trustee Olson, for asking for a report on legal fees to be brought forward, and to Mr. Hasty, Interim Assistant Superintendent of Business Service, for preparing and presenting a study of legal costs this year to date as compared to legal expenses in the 2024-2025 school year. According to the report, the board approved an allocation for $1.5 million for only 6 months of legal fees and settlements from July 2025 through January 22nd, 2026. Today's report reveals they have spent $2 million to date, which looks like an overage of close to $500,000 for this fiscal year so far. The report notes, quote, mainly due to large settlements in the 25-26 fiscal year, BUSD is on track to spend more in legal costs than expended in the 24-25 school year. There are two separate settlement payments made for roughly $500,000 each. Why didn't the Joint Powers Authorities pay those claims? This report brings up concerns and questions. The pending lawsuit outcome regarding an employee terminated in defiance of the hearing officer's recommendation is not included in these figures. That's the one that you referenced in the charges for termination against Mr. Cantwell. Is that expected to be another significant amount out of general fund dollars? This breakdown does not include the settlement that was just reached with Mr. Cantwell on January 30th, just heard about, in the amount of close to $450,000, and I'm guessing that will be another overage. The report also doesn't include the expenses incurred when terminated employees were given extended paid administrative leave rather than disciplinary processes and negotiated settlement agreements. Those costs were charged to payroll instead of legal settlements, and including Mr. Cantwell, Dr. Rachenko, and others, are possibly as much as $1.1 million since fall 2024 alone. That estimate does not include the costs of consultants, substitutes, and temporary or part-time staff to do the jobs for people who are being paid to stay home. Nice work if you can get it. If we were to add to that cost, that number could double. Then if we were to add that amount to the legal spending over the past 2 years, the figures would be approximately $1 million for fiscal year 24-25 and around $2,675,000 for only the first half of this fiscal year. So, what is the budgeted allowance for legal spending for the second half of the fiscal year? Is that going to be another large sum taken out of the unrestricted general fund? Is it expected to be another $2 million? Most importantly, where will this extra money come from to cover these costs? Do these accumulated overages of several million dollars get tacked on to the $11 million that has to be cut in the next 3 years because of legal missteps and liabilities? These millions of dollars related to legal costs and overages are taken out of the money that is supposed to be used to educate my child, our children. To pay teachers, aides, fund the PE and arts programs, all of which are facing cuts because of what looks like mismanagement resulting in legal outcomes. Genuinely, please, how do we stop this hemorrhaging of money? Because our kids are the ones who are paying the price. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Festante. Next, I have Jeff Vanderborg, followed by Lynn Rothacker.
Good evening, board members. Jeff Vanderborg. Last June, when I first came to speak to you to express my disappointment about the actions of Member Tabbitt, I also expressed my concerns about the systemic failures of your governance. I submitted a PRA request, Public Records Request Act, for all communications between Cantwell, Rachenko, board members, on all matters related to Specialized Support Services, Board Member Tabbitt, and Brianne. 2 months later, I received 705 pages of documents with hundreds of emails, not a single text. I have read all the emails, most of them from Member Weisberg and Member Ponser-Kamkar. I think there was one from Member Cano. I learned you copy each other on email, so you seem to work in tandem. I was surprised at the last board meeting to learn that there are emails and texts that were never disclosed. As we already heard tonight, I'm not going to repeat what has been said, but I will summarize it very quickly. In your words, President Kamkar, you say in your email of June 4th, John disclosed the minutes contract with Brianne on February 21, 2025. By the way, what possible attorney-client privilege exists to hide these emails and texts from the public? Within hours of filing our 4 uniform complaints that you have so quickly dismissed, I was surprised to receive an email from Dr. Weisberg. As she said it, she sent it to bring clarity to the email in question. The first point she made is, and these are her words, our third-party investigators have full access to all board members' emails, texts, etc. Is it surprising to learn that those emails and texts never found their way to the police investigator? She went on to say, the email in question didn't come up on my PRA request because it isn't about specialized support services. Yet you forgot to mention that that email contains the words clerical contract, the minutes contract, and the name Brianne. She then explained in this email, Ms. Sponsor Kamkar references a previous conversation she had with Dr. Paramo, where she brought up Char's money trouble and suggested he had hired Tabit's daughter for a small amount of clerical work. Ms. Sponsor Kamkar immediately shot down the idea and considered the issue closed. That's a quote. Under what authority can one or two board members, for that matter, shoot something down in a private meeting and then consider the issue closed? This is the very definition of bad governance. Member Weisberg finished by saying she was sharing the truth in the hopes that the truth matters. Of course the truth matters. You have now both confirmed in writing that on February 21, you learned about either the minutes contract with Brianne or the hiring of Tabit's daughter, Brianne, to help Tabit. Why didn't either one of you bring up at the next board meeting this information to act on this? This is the way you're supposed to act. That is what governance is. Your website shows that checks to Brianne Wiest were issued for $15,000 each on March 14th, April 18th, and May 14th, 2025. If you had acted back in February, or even March, you could have saved the district $45,000. So here we are, 8 months later, informed by lots of research work that was done by a lot of interested citizens and concerned citizens. And we see how your failures of governance allowed Tabit to do what she did. You can blame the messenger, you can blame us all you want, but your failures are what caused the unprecedented turmoil, abnormally high expenses, large settlements, and much, much more. I wish I didn't have to be here at the board meetings. And if I had to be here, I was speaking about the wonderful work, accomplishments of students, and the good work of so many teachers and staff members. Unfortunately, your poor governance overshadows it all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vanderbork. Next, I have Lynn Rothacker, followed by Jason Lewis, and then Nicole Trebecki. And that's my last card after that, so get him in while you can.
Members of the board, superintendent, and members of the public, I'd like to introduce myself to those who don't know me. My name is Lynn Rodacher. This is my 36th year teaching at John Muir. My husband, Rod, who is here tonight, also teaches at Muir. We've been honored to teach BUSD students for a combined 63 years. My mom, Julie Black, also taught at Muir and other Burbank schools for 25 years. My husband, son, and mom all attended Burbank schools, and my grandmother was a cafeteria worker at John Muir in the 1950s. Finally, my husband and I own the house my grandparents purchased in Burbank in 1947. Needless to say, we are invested in this community and in our schools. I'm here today to speak about the importance of public comment as a constitutional right protected by the First Amendment and affirmed by this board's own policies. Public comment exists because government serves the people. School boards make decisions that affect children, families, employees, taxpayers, and the stewardship of public funds. The opportunity for the public to speak is essential to transparency and accountability. The First Amendment protects speech that is critical, speech that is emotional, and speech that challenges those in power. Courts have consistently held that school board meetings are a limited public forum. While boards may adopt reasonable, content-neutral rules regarding time, place, and manner, They may not restrict speech based on viewpoint, tone, or whether the message reflects positively on leadership. That distinction matters because recently the line between managing meetings and managing speech has begun to blur. On January 15th, at her first meeting as board president, President Ponser-Kamkar laid out new guidelines before public comment even began. She said, and I quote, "I want to set a couple of expectations around public comment. The Supreme Court has long held that speech cannot be curtailed simply because it is offensive. When government bodies begin policing tone rather than conduct, the risk of viewpoint discrimination becomes very real. We have also seen board members publicly chastise speakers, not for violating rules, but for the substance of their comments, labeling them scare tactics, unproductive, or harmful to the district's image. Public comment is not required to uplift the board, protect reputations, or contribute to a preferred narrative. Its purpose is to allow the public to speak honestly about the district they fund and entrust with their children. This board's own policy makes that clear. BUSD Bylaw 9323, Meeting Conduct, Section 6B states, "The board shall not prohibit public criticism of its policies, procedures, programs, services, acts, or omissions." That policy does not condition criticism on politeness. It does not prohibit naming decision makers. And it does not allow the board to discourage speech because it is uncomfortable. Yet we are now hearing discussions about limiting who the public may mention by name during comment, restricting references to board members only, while discouraging mention of district administrators or senior leadership. It shields those with authority from accountability and conflicts directly with both the First Amendment and Board Policy 9323. At a recent board retreat, the board also discussed shortening public comment time from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, which represents a significant reduction in the public's ability to explain complex concerns, provide context, or respond meaningfully. Equally troubling is the restructuring of public comment itself. This board previously allowed 2 public comment periods, one during the meeting and one at the end. That second opportunity allowed the public to respond to statements made by board members during deliberations, to correct the record, or to address new information raised on the dais. That opportunity no longer exists. By limiting public comment to a single period before the full discussion occurs, the board has eliminated the public's ability to respond in real time to what their elected officials say. Taken together, shortening speaking time, fewer opportunities to speak, proposed limits on naming leadership, and public rebukes of speakers, these actions create a chilling effect. People will begin to wonder whether speaking candidly will result in interruption, criticism, or rule changes designed to silence dissent. That is precisely what the First Amendment exists to prevent. This board does not need to agree with its critics, but it does have a duty to protect their right to speak. Upholding the First Amendment and Bylaw 9323 means allowing criticism without retaliation, editorializing, or procedural changes that functionally suppress speech. Public comment is not a threat, it's a safeguard. When members of the community care enough to show up, that is democracy doing exactly what it is supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jason Lewis, followed by Nicole Drabecki. And if there are no more cards after that, then that will be it.
Good evening, Board President, Vice President, board members, staff, and the public at large. My name is Jason Lewis. I am an 18-year resident of Burbank, the father of 2 current students in Burbank Unified School District, 1 Burroughs Bear and 1 Disney Eagle. I am a public school product myself, from kindergarten through my bachelor's in mechanical engineering and my master's in business administration, both from CSUN. Go Matadors. My wife, an LAUSD graduate, and I moved to Burbank from Northridge for these very schools that our kids use now. And we gladly pay the Burbank tax to ensure that we have a voice as parents. Now, I am here tonight to join the cavalcade of stakeholders, the cacophony of voices calling for you to step aside with dignity, to resign out of respect to those same students, the staff, the teachers, and the district community at large. You have burned through the patience, the goodwill, and the trust of the public that elected you. You have maintained your innocence throughout this never-ending saga of financial fraud, staff exodus, and now County Board of Education oversight. Every news article in the Burbank Leader is worse than the last. revealing yet another lie, misremembered email, or plea for blind faith to your intentions. Now, I simply don't care whether you are incompetent or complicit with those who have been accused of crimes. Figuring that out is the job of three-letter organizations and the judicial branch. As a parent, taxpayer, school volunteer, homeowner, and citizen of Burbank, I want the district to carry on with its mission while it repairs the harms you have all allowed to occur. We cannot do that with you clinging to the seats for your own personal reasons. While I am no conspiracy theorist, it's simply amazing that a charter school professional, a private school teacher, and a college professor would be so poor at running a regular public school district. Parents like me will not watch our school district destroyed and then picked up by a new charter school in our school buildings. I will fight it. I will fight it with my own finances. The Vice President has similarly been a public expert when it serves her, but lately ignorant when it helps her story. As we have heard, active members here continue to not publish meeting minutes, a basic function of every public meeting, which serves to obscure what decisions you made during those meetings. Again, I don't care what the reason is, asleep at the wheel or helping drive the getaway car. It has gotten us to the same place. This has become an anchor around all of our necks, and rest assured, we can move to a recall election if need be. The paperwork just needs to be served to you, filed, and scheduled 6 months before the re-election for the board president. Please do the right thing. Resign. Let the rest of us move on and rebuild trust with the community, Burbank teachers and staff, and fill the financial holes you've allowed to occur under your watch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Becky, nice to see you.
Good evening, President Ponce Kamkar, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Macias, and district staff. My name is Nicole Jerbecki. I am the BTA Vice President and a PE teacher at Dolores Huerta. I have been working in the district for 19 years. I have been teaching for 23 years. Some of my other BUSD schools I have taught in include Burbank High, Jefferson, Edison, Washington, and Miller. I am speaking for myself tonight and not for BTA. I have come tonight to speak about a bunch of things, and I'm going to start by talking about my working conditions at Huerta. I do not feel safe at my school. I have felt that way for a while now. We have had incidents of a student bringing a knife to school that was in my class. Since Measure ABC has passed, we have not received or have gotten any camera improvements, which will help with the safety and security of our BTA members and our students at Huerta. The former facilities director, Dennis Maxwell, said we were getting them in the summer of 2025, and now it's the spring. Now that Dennis is gone, we have yet to hear anything about the camera improvements. My understanding is the high schools have 160 plus camera angles, and Huerta only has 4. When are we getting our new cameras to help with security? 2 weeks ago, students were smelling gas in the Huerta girls' locker room. In the mornings, I would turn the heaters on in the locker room because 0 period is very cold in there. Huerta students reported around lunchtime that they were smelling gas in the locker room, and it was the time I turned the heaters off because it had warmed up outside. Facilities came and they said the heaters were condemned a year ago and nobody was notified about that. Robin Hatch or any of the PE teachers. I guess they left the gas on. It was never turned off. We negotiated in our BTA contract that the district was supposed to provide safety training for active shooter in August of 2025. We have yet to have that kind of training. What are you waiting for? This has been the most important because schools across the country have had shootings this year. We have had a lot of different people put on admin leave. There has been no communication to district employees who the new person is that has filled those positions. For example, if I have a payroll question or my check is wrong, you have not told us who the new Tiffany Maxwell is. If our PE grass at Huerta hasn't been cut in 2 weeks, you have not told us who the new facilities director is. When new people are hired at the district, there has not been a picture of them or a biography in BUSD News for us to read about. The only person recently was the new director of fiscal services. It has been very hard to come to work each day. I am so embarrassed as to what has happened to our district. This has been every teacher's worst nightmare. I have been watching the school board meetings since June 5th, and now it's February 5th, and what has changed? What has gotten better? We are looking for leadership and accountability for all that has happened. We have had vacancies not being filled for many months. Why aren't we flying the positions of those jobs? Our BTA members have been working so hard each day with all this scandal, and yet we are coming up on 3 years of not having a pay raise since July 1st, 2023. Our insurance has now gone up and our paychecks are smaller. Now we have a bunch of registered voters who don't trust us, and that hurts us. I am extremely disappointed in this district. I'm glad that LACO is here, and I would like someone to get us back on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becky. Okay. Do we have any staff responses?
I want to thank the speakers for speaking at the podium today. I have taken copious notes this evening and will be talking with Dr. Macias with regards to your concerns and your stances with regards to your sharings this evening. I appreciate you coming to the board. I appreciate you sharing your viewpoints and your information.
Thank you, Dr. Knapik. We did this last time, but I want to reiterate, we're changing a little bit about how we respond to public comment, in that we've often spent as much time responding to public comment as the public has spent making public comment. And while it helps us create connection with our community, it's often not particularly appropriate, and it's not really consistent with how a lot of California boards and councils conduct meetings. So we are working to address agenda items during the agenda item itself in terms of what we are going to address, so that we are properly deliberating. Although I don't know that a lot of public comment was directly related to agenda items. Non-agenda public comment will generally be referred to staff or scheduled to come back at a later time if that's appropriate to do so. And then I'm going to ask my fellow board members, where we need to briefly correct the record, I'm going to ask board members to keep their responses limited and brief. And so I just want to ensure that we're staying organized, keeping things efficient and fair, and ensuring that our public comment period remains focused on hearing from the community rather than just responding to the community. So the other part of that is that I am now going first instead of having other folks go first. So I want to address a couple of things that did come up with regards to the investigation, because we are going to talk about legal costs later, but I want to talk just about the logistics of the Sobel Group investigation, because that is a bit separate from the costs piece of it. We have talked a number of times that we do plan to release the report publicly with as few redactions as possible. We did ask Sobel to come to the board meeting today, and they are not here, not because they're obstinate, but because that's not something that they generally do, and that they would be essentially reporting out on process. We don't have a sense of where the report is in terms of progress, other than it is taking a very long time. What I have been told through our attorneys is that often when they do these kinds of investigations, there is essentially a central idea, and then sometimes they go off on rabbit trails that get brought up during their interviews. What has happened in this investigation is that there are a number of interwoven pieces. There are a number of interwoven ideas, which made it very difficult when the board asked them to maybe separate out specialized services so that we could get to that piece earlier and release that piece to the community earlier. They said, we essentially can't do that the way that our interviews and our investigations are turning out. Our cost for this, I don't have an updated number right now, but it will be coming through in these costs. It's billed through one of our sets of attorneys, Atkinson Anderson. And so we should be able to get an updated cost on that, but we don't have a full estimate. Dr. Hasey can probably clarify this when we get there, like what the legal costs that are in the report tonight, what date is that through, the actuals?
January 22nd.
Okay, so some of those costs will be in there, but not all of them, because, and brace yourself, because I had to, the estimate we have now been given for when this report will be over is the end of April. So when we were told initially at the outside that it could be the end of the calendar year, we thought that was crazy. So it has just gotten very complicated. And I don't particularly know why, other than to try to take their word for it, that it's gotten very complicated. The emails that have been referenced, and I'll talk about those, were given to Sobel. They have everything. I don't know why it was withheld from your public records request. I don't see those records requests when they come through. I don't handle them when they come through, right? I mean, if you emailed them directly to me, I may have seen it, but I don't respond to them, right? They're not, our IT team pulls emails from our system and does the response. So I'm not responding directly to public records requests. That's a staff job. So I don't know why it wasn't included. I assumed it was. And I just want to make sure that I'm, so the other piece is my understanding from the way that these folks investigate is that they are not, these are not lawyers. They are, one is a former police officer and the other is a former forensic accountant. And so that is the lens that they're taking to this, is one of deep investigation. So they essentially work their way up throughout the organization. So they are now at the point that they are interviewing board members, which they have started to do. I had my interview this week. And Ms. Cano says she was interviewed yesterday. So we are there. And so I'm hoping that as they complete their interviews, they will be able to start writing the report and we can move on from this and get it released. I think that's the questions on Sobel. But I did want to try to address those. The other kind of big pieces that I wanted to address, right, is, as in this, as it pertains to me, right, because it's my email that folks are talking about. And as in the statement that I read from Dr. Macias, this email falls under existing investigation, and I can appreciate the instinct to read something and draw some conclusions. I get it. And I understand that I understand why you would draw those conclusions. And I know what I did or didn't do.
So I have said from the beginning that I was lied to over and over and over and over again by someone that I trusted. What you see in that June email is me going back to June 1st, after I essentially found out that I was lied to, is going back to June 1st and trying to figure out, in my own drawing conclusions, where were the times where I could have done something differently. And while I haven't referenced this email in particular, I've referenced that conversation that I had with John in terms of saying, there are times that people said something that I thought, maybe I should have followed up on that. Maybe I should have asked more questions. Maybe I should have talked to more staff members to ensure that something wasn't happening, right? But I also understand that the community wants to hold people accountable, and we're the people who continue to show up. And so we'll continue to show up and hear the concerns. The answer is not for all of us to resign. That would throw everything into chaos, Mr. Lewis. Okay. Okay. It's really not. So our priority up here, right, is to continue to improve governance, right? You may not be satisfied. I get that. I understand. And to be able to focus on academic outcomes. All right? That's the goal here. So, I think that is all I have to add. Mr. Becky, thank you for sharing. I did see your email that you sent a couple weeks ago about working conditions. I didn't see some of these pieces in there, but let's make sure we follow up on those. Because I know we had talked about some of, or I'd seen some of them, but not the heater piece, and that is worrisome. So thank you for sharing. All right, any of my colleagues, anything to add? Ms. Cano?
Okay, just for Ms. Stevens, yes, I was interviewed yesterday and heard very similar to what President Kamkar said in terms of, and he went so far as to say, because I actually met Mr. Sobel, I was like, oh, I'm actually David Sobel, yeah, very nice gentleman, and his colleague, and so explaining to us, and I said, look, what can I tell the public, and us personally, we're going, when is this coming out? He said, I'm going to be honest, he goes, you know, we saw it initially, he said, and then this thing has not been the rabbit roots that we're thinking. He goes, this is, for him, they're describing it more like he said a spider web. That webs don't come, they're very tangled. He says this is one of the most difficult ones they've had in terms of the detang, because every time they open one thing, it's another. And I said, then that's what we as a board have been seeing, that we pull up one thing and think we've got it, and suddenly something else like, wait, this was never in place, or wait, why hasn't this happened? So believe me, what you're going through, and when we get chastised like you're not doing anything, please believe we are doing a lot. And I mean, we're taking, hits from here. On the flip side is we're constantly just going through and saying how. I think a lot of us in this room, number one here, we're all teachers, and I'm not a lawyer. And so understanding how litigation works and how contracts work, the people, the whole idea of people started, sending me copious emails in January, rescind a contract, do this, rescind. If a contract has already been approved, which contracts, have been approved, we can't just say no, because understand, litigation, we're going to get sued, okay? And so we've been working with a lot of that. So just this understanding, I mean, I've learned a lot in terms of, just what you go through with litigation. So please understand that we're on that. Like I say, I have been interviewed already, got that from Sobel, and so he really was able to understand. And I asked him, I said, can you come and talk to people? He said, really, that's not our job, because then we basically go into another literally, that I was like, but you can just, he goes, honestly, if we do that, it's kind of like, then this is connected to that lawyer, and this is, so it's very stress producing for us all. So I understand what you're saying. I feel your pain. Please understand. Please try to understand a little of what we're going to also. And, my thing was then for Miss Rodicher, is that how you say it? Did I say it right? It's Rodacker. Okay, it's the way I spelled it. Just in terms of, I definitely understand it. The flip side is just help me, because what do I do? I've got my constituency that says I have a freedom to speak. You're right. But I get a lot of letters from people saying, I don't want to hear that. It's not okay. I want to be able to watch the meetings and hear. So, I mean, I'm caught between a rock and a hard place, believe me. So I'm just, I hear you.
This isn't a back and forth. This isn't a back and
Just, yeah, right. There's more than just the people in this room, because there's actually a lot of people watching. So I'm not saying I'm advocating one or the other. I'm just saying it's not just us in the room. There's other people too. And yeah, and I'd also say I think of people that were there. I think for everybody in the room, please, please, please make sure you're reading the board agendas, okay? Because people come up sometimes and they've got concerns and complaints, and I'm thinking, did you read the agenda? So really make sure that you're reading their, agendas. They are there and going through, and they're super helpful for, what's being addressed, okay? Oh, and Linda Walmsley, thank you. Yeah, I agree with you.
Board Member Olson?
Thank you to everybody who came forward this evening. Every bit of input is being taken into consideration as we proceed with these things and as we think about improving our governance policies and procedures. Things that were discussed at our retreat included meeting more to ensure that we are establishing a better protocol, handbook, etc. And your comments and input here will be important to be reflected in those things as we improve our governance practices. Hugely important. Ari Sobel, the only other thing to share is that I met with them, but there wasn't much for me to do, but to ask questions and reflect the questions that you all have had to them. And what they have said is accurate, but also to share that timing and all of the other things that you are questioning, I also asked, please make sure all of these things are together. And they looked at me and said, yeah. And they're doing their job. They are the experts. And while April is painful, it seems to be that they have wrapped it up and they are preparing it for us. And when I say us, it's because we have said on this dais several times that we do not intend to withhold from the public. We have to do the things legally to redact and make sure that we are not getting ourselves into further rabbit holes of litigation. However, I speak and hope to echo with our nods here that we do not plan to withhold because we are the client. That attorney-client privilege is us. And to those who have asked about it, I asked several times when I first came to this board, who's the client? What does this language mean? It's us. We get to decide. And we've talked at length that we do not plan to withhold. And I just wanted to make sure to echo that clearly.
Dr. Arcani?
Thank you. So I do want to thank all of you. During the retreat, I did mention about First Amendment concerns, and I do want to keep the 5 minutes. So some of you don't know, I did want to study to be a constitutional lawyer. I do believe in the power and the rights of the First Amendment. I think it's important that we have a civil conversation. I think the word censorship, it's something that I take very seriously, but also civil conversations are a different conversation by themselves. So I do hear also from community members, and remember, I have a 14-year-old son who sometimes watches this, and he has concerns too. But at the same time, I think, it's not about the timing, 5 minutes. I've said it, that's fine. I always say also the fact that you're here, that means you care. I think the civility part is also something we should have an understanding about. You have the right. It is the right given by our founding fathers, and trust me, I come from a country that this right did not exist. So I would fight for it tooth and nail. It's one thing that we have. It's our First Amendment right? So I do appreciate the conversations. Civility is different. And speaking of civility, I think what is happening right now, we can sit here all day and talk about, what our concerns are. It's unfortunate. I said it last year when this came up, that how disappointed and angry I am as a parent, not only as a school board member. But also there is a process that's involved. It is not as simple as sometimes we think it is. So I'm not also happy about what we have to go through. And I have to remind everyone, we have consistent meetings about these because we are concerned about it. Now, one thing I've said it, and I will repeat myself again, is this is also an old systematic issue that we're addressing. I'm a systems guy, and I look at systems. This is something that's been developing over years and years. And I'm, in a way, looking at the positive aspect of this, that we need to fix these things. The minutes is my concern. I brought it up again, and I'm glad that this was brought up again, but I would not tolerate this conversation again. I've said it in the past. Those are automatic things that need to be done. The evaluation, I have asked superintendent, there should be mandatory evaluations. Just like on my work, HR requires a mandatory evaluation. I have a lot of employees working under me, and I have to evaluate them. It's something that is HR's job to remind workers that, hey, it's time for you to evaluate the workers. I'm being evaluated next week, as a matter of fact. So for me, it's something that you learn in the process. I'm not happy about it, that these weren't done. And these are arguments for people who can say, well, I was never evaluated before. So evaluations are not just for us, it's for the employee itself. They should know what areas, they need to improve or such. And sometimes, maybe, they come to the realization that this is not the job for them. Now, I know that we've talked about this. I've made sure that with the rest of the team that the superintendent will bring forward these policies. And again, I really appreciate all the input. And I do agree, when it comes to our First Amendment, it is something we should all be fighting for, more than ever, especially right now where we are as a country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arganian. Dr. Weisberg?
Thanks. Ms. Schwartz, is there a way that you can send us the sort of, I try to take notes of all the things that you listed, but thanks, Mr. Hayes. But if you could send that to us so that we can, I would love to read it at normal speed. So thank you for that. That's really important. Let's see. Ms. Rodacker, I wanted to take this moment to explain again. So the reason that we merged our two public comment periods, which happened 2 years ago, a year ago? About 2 years ago, was because the feedback we received, especially from community members and district staff, was that waiting to talk about agenda-specific items, they would end up being here till like 10 p.m. or non-specific agenda items. And so we did that in order to provide a more open and easily to actually participate public comment period. And we've actually seen a really marked increase in participation since having done so. So there's also a public comment period of time before closed session that people can also attend. Often people don't like to do that because it's not televised, but that's an additional chunk of time that people can have to speak, and that hasn't gone anywhere. But I'm happy that we've seen a pretty substantial increase in people participating. We also changed it to prioritize if there's students who want to speak, they also get to speak first, which I think is important because they might have, who knows what, homework or need to get a ride home. I don't think anybody up here is anti-First Amendment. I do think that in our exploration of trying to update and modernize things that have been done a certain way in Burbank for forever, one of the things that President Ponser-Kamkar noted in our board retreat was that we're the only district that does a 5-minute public comment period. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is terrible that we're the only district, but sometimes you do need to examine policies that only you put in place and ask why they're there. We have not made a decision. It was a topic of conversation. So I think in our goal, there's other changes to the agendas that we have been trying to make too, to make them more streamlined and more up to date. And I look forward to continued conversation about that. Mr. Becky, to your point about the working conditions at Huerta, I know President Ponser-Kamkar already said that she's going to follow up. I will definitely also follow up about who knew about the heaters and when, because that's not only troubling, but just plain dangerous. The other thing that we've been working with our bond project managers on is getting a more detailed timeline of the project sort of triage, like when things are slated to happen. So I don't know why the cameras in 2025 in the summer didn't happen, but one of the things that we've been talking about in recent days is getting a timeline for things like ADA compliance, our playgrounds, cameras, tech, and getting a clearer understanding of like when those things are happening, knowing we can't be like pinpoint perfect, but I think it would bring people, especially our staff, right, a lot more comfort knowing, okay, so this is happening at this moment. And we have it more generally in the Perkins-Eastman report, but we want to drill down, and that's something that Robin and Malihe are working on as we speak. So I know that doesn't fix for you the immediate issue, but it is something that's been on my radar and that we've been really focused on in recent days. Also, think it's a point well taken in regards to making sure people know who to reach out to, especially because we are in the process of hiring, but in the meantime, we have temporary people, and it helps them as much as it helps our amazing team on the ground at our school sites to know who to reach out to, for goodness sake. So that was a really helpful piece of information for me, and I'll pass it along to Dr. Macias and follow up to make sure that happens. Let's see. Oh, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll then move on to 10 reports to the board. Sorry, I do have one more thing from Board Member Cano.
Sorry, I just needed to, what?
No, the virtual speaker. Go ahead.
Oh, that's right. Do you want to do that? Okay. I just wanted to reach out to the community in terms of with the complaint lodged against me. Come question me, but make sure, please, on this one, and it stated that my daughter had grown up with Trustee Tabbitt's daughter. I don't know Trustee Tabbitt's daughter, okay, the one involved here, and the younger one was a senior when my daughter was in 7th grade, so I don't really know her. I saw her at some of the events with National Charity League, but again, please, this is troubling to her. It's troubling to me. It's like, I'm the elected official, so make sure, let's please just make sure we check our facts before we come and put something out. So, public.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, we're going to move on to 10. If we get our virtual speaker back, then it was my mistake that we didn't go directly to them when they were on. So we'll go back to public comment real quick. But we'll go to reports to the board. So we're going to start with our superintendent search leadership profile presentation with Dr. Mike Matthews and Roger Rice from Education Support Services. Welcome, gentlemen. And we're going to need do you want your presentation up?
Sure, it'd be
All
great
right.
if we can get that.
The gentleman should be able to hear me back there.
This is your job, too. Thank you. Thank you both. There we go. That was it. Thank you. And it works. Are we ready to start? Absolutely. Whatever you'd like.
Oh, we actually, sounds like we have a virtual speaker
Give me a call. I'll be back. I'll be right here.
We'll wait, emphatically wait.
I'll just share that we have one more public comment.
Yeah.
We have one more public comment virtually.
Oh, there you are. Can you tell me who we've got for public comment, Ms. Cutario? And I am so sorry to our public commenter to have missed you. But you will be unmuted.
Members, district staff, community members. My name is Robert Hamill. I'm a 17-year BUSD teacher, currently at BHS, as well as a BUSD alumni and Burbank resident. After reading the recent My Burbank article regarding the official complaints filed by some members of a group called BUSD Watch, I felt it was important to speak tonight and share my concerns about that group. The group presents itself as a watchdog group advocating for transparency and accountability, but many of their actions raise significant questions, and the public deserves to be aware of that. A few of the previous speakers tonight are a part of this coordinated group. They state they want the district to fix things, yet they frequently overwhelm staff with extensive public records requests and tasks that pull employees away from their day-to-day responsibilities. Meanwhile, formal investigations are already being handled by the police and the Sobel Group, as well as oversight by the county. We should allow trained professionals to complete their work before drawing conclusions and not depend on these civilians acting as investigators. At best, members of this group believe they are helping students. At worst, their actions resemble early steps in an election campaign by targeting board members they disagree with. Either way, valuable district resources continue to be diverted. They have repeatedly criticized the board for being behind years on meeting minutes and not forming an oversight committee for the recently passed bond, though, as far as I understand, those minutes have now been brought up to date through December, and that oversight committee is up and running. They also claim that board members discourage public comment and do not value critical feedback. Yet they simultaneously state that their comments have driven tangible change in meetings. These two claims can't be true. If their input has influenced outcomes, then clearly they are being heard. They frequently express frustration or allude to nefarious activity when board members cannot respond to certain questions. But when individuals consistently bring up topics which they know that board members are legally unable to address and then imply wrongdoing because of that silence, it creates a misleading narrative. The group continues to revisit issues related to former member Tabbitt. Again, we should allow the police and third-party investigators to complete their work before anyone makes definitive statements. Their fixation on what I believe is a former assistant superintendent is also concerning. Their intense focus on this one position has contributed to instability and the loss of valued district employees. The collateral damage seems of little concern to them. They speak often about transparency, yet they have community members deliver speeches written by others and present them as their personal concern. I experienced this firsthand when I was asked to read a speech written by a member of their group. When I declined, someone else read that exact speech that was sent to me at the following meeting. That's not transparency. They also state they prioritize factual information, yet they reject direct quotes from board meetings, district staff, and board members as valid sources, while promoting editorial pieces from Burbank. This selective approach to information is troubling. I urge the community and the board to be cautious when evaluating the claims made by this group. I believe many of its members truly think they are advocating for the district, but the impact of their actions paints a different picture, one that seems driven more by a savior complex or political motivation than by collaboration or constructive problem solving. In closing, I want to sincerely thank the board and district staff for your continued hard work and dedication. I recognize the immense pressure you have been under and the extraordinary patience it takes to navigate the constant hostility, misinformation, and disruptive behavior coming from this group. Your commitment to serving our students, our schools, and our community despite these challenges is deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamill. Now public comment is over, and we will move to, well, yes, Robert Hamill. Thank you, Ms. Caterio. I'm, again, very sorry for my oversight in not getting to the virtual comment when he was on the first time. I think we've all responded sufficiently to public comment tonight, unless, okay. Now let's go back to 10A, reports to the board, superintendent search leadership profile presentation. Doctors Matthew and Rice, please.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you for having us here, board. My name is Mike Matthews. I'm the lead search advisor for ESS, and my colleague is Dr. Roger Rice, and we're here to talk to you about the leadership profile that we have a draft of. We're looking for any suggestions the board may have on if we change it before we make it a final draft. And we have and I encourage anybody, there is a link to that, our superintendent search page in the board agenda, and you can look at that. And our email addresses are on that search page, so anybody who has feedback can get that to us. So let's just talk, if we can, about what we're trying to do. This is the engagement part of our process, right? We talked about the EAST acronym, engagement. We've already begun the activation. We are talking to candidate applicants. We've already actually have applicants for the position, and we'll get into the selection and the transition eventually. This is the part where we talk to participants about what Burbank is all about. We've collected data through surveys, we've collected data through conversations, and this report, this profile, is a summary of what we learned about Burbank. We think that the purpose of it is it will help the board and the candidates. We've already sent our draft to every person who's expressed interest in this position, because it's important that they know what Burbank is about, what Burbank is looking for, and it will help the board as well. We think it will help with recruiting. If you read our report, we believe it's a very honest report. It really reflects what we heard in there. It gives data on the board. We think it will help you not only select the next superintendent, but it will give you a roadmap for what needs to be done as things move forward. So that we believe it's a very useful document that will have a life far beyond the selection of your superintendent. We had 633 respondents to our survey. I kept on hearing that's always a challenge, but we're good with that number. We'd always like more, and we talked to over 120 people. Roger and I would both say it was an honor to speak to every person we spoke with. Some are on this side of the room, some are on that side of the room, and there are many, many more. But we truly enjoyed hearing the honesty and the candor that we heard from every person we spoke with. We're still talking to people. I mean, we've submitted this report, but people are still, someone reached out to us downstairs. And so that will continue to occur. We want people to feel heard as we go forward. And so it's that those conversations recommendations and these survey results that form the basis of our report. And again, this is just a summary of the report. The actual profile goes into far more detail, and I encourage you to read it. If you have any comments about it, please email Dr. Rice or me about that. We're happy to talk to. I'll talk about the survey results, and then Dr. Rice will talk about our conversations and our engagement. So this is who we talked with. This is who responded to the survey, rather. You can see administrators, certificated staff, classified staff, the biggest number is parents and guardians, students, community members, and others. So that's where the numbers come from. Leadership qualities. Again, this is our survey responses. Trust is the number one thing by far. You will see that iterated even more in the engagement part. And trust is more than just the definition. It's how things operate. It's how things are communicated. It is a big word, and it is the word that people spoke of the most in talking to us. Teaching and learning. We heard from a number of people that we want a leader who knows instruction, who can do that well. You heard some of those comments tonight, and we heard that loud and clear as well. Forward thinker with open and new ideas, although we also heard what we really need. Let's hold off on too new of ideas, because we really just need to get things working first of all and get the trust back before we go into that. Shared understanding of district goals and priorities. That includes following policies. That includes having consistent things that the district believes in as a whole. And this one you've heard tonight too, present and visible throughout the community. Employees want to be seen. Employees want to be heard. Parents find it very valuable when they are seen and heard as well. And that is, I can see 54.3. I was surprised that, they had a lot of choices in this. I will tell you, in our conversations, it felt much higher than that the person has to be someone who can, they know when they're in there and people feel comfortable talking to them. And that's reiterated later on too. Personal attributes, 92% is a massive number. And that is the number one quality that people are looking for in the new superintendent. They want someone who can be looked at as unimpeachable, right? That's what they're looking for. And a problem solver. They want someone who can come in here, because there are a number of concerns, right? And you have to, I remember there's a great book, Bird by Bird is one of the themes in there. You're going to have to, a kid is wondering how he can possibly draw all the birds he's supposed to draw for an assignment, and he's procrastinated way too long, and he asked his dad, what do I do? How do I do them all? And his dad says, bird by bird, son, bird by bird, right? But that's what has to happen here. You have to have someone who attacks these problems and addresses them, because people are watching and people want them solved. An exceptional communicator, not a good communicator. They want someone who's truly exceptional with this. And communication is more than just talking, right? It is listening as well. They want that. We heard this a lot too. Be approachable. People need to be comfortable going up to this person and talking to them like they're a regular person. That was a big part of it too. And then inclusive, seeking broad input. I know our classified staff is really dying to feel involved in all that. We heard that. Teachers, you're hearing that. You heard that tonight too. But everyone, parents want it. We didn't hear from as many students as we like, but I know they'd like it too as we go forward. Experience and expertise, fiscal and budgeting. And that's actually something we may actually highlight more as we were kind of looking at this and got feedback already from this. But fiscal and budgeting is huge, and that was brought up tonight too. Building strong leadership teams. Board, you brought that up at the very first meeting. That's something that the new superintendent has to be experienced in that. And another team is the superintendent and board team, right? You have to have a good working relationship there where there's respect on both sides for that. And then again, hitting the knowledgeable of effective teaching and learning practices, but we've already hit on that. I actually enjoyed seeing the favorable conditions were this percentage comes from how many agreed or strongly agreed with these statements, and they were all school-based. all school-based. Students receive high-quality education. School safety is a high priority. Students feel valued and connected. District facilities are clean and well-kept. And I mean, we heard tonight, people still move here for the schools. They want a lot of other things to happen too, but the schools where that was the highlight of the survey results that we got in there. And Dr. Weiss, why don't you come up and talk about the engagement, please?
Thank you, Mike, members of the board, staff, members of the community. Is it on? Okay. If you see me blinking this evening, give grace and space. It's my first night ever in my life wearing contacts. So I'm maybe picked a bad night for that, but yeah, patience. Yeah, thank you. They're focused a little bit more distance than they are close, but we're going to get through this. I'd like to start by drawing a distinction between the information that Mike shared with you this evening and the information I'm going to share, because it's going to look a little bit repetitive. But the information that Mike shared with you was how folks responded on the survey, right? And they were given a menu of items that they picked. What I'm going to move into is the compilation of all of that data that was gathered through not just the survey, but also through the interviews and the focus groups and so on, many phone calls as well. And those compilations focus on three areas. District strengths, what does the community and staff feel the district does well? What are the challenges and opportunities that are going to be facing the new superintendent? And then finally, what are the desired characteristics? And I think you're gonna see some overlap. So I wanted to draw that distinction before I move into the findings. The next thing I want to do is just echo something that Mike said earlier, and I think it's important for the board to hear that, we spoke to people from all walks of life in the district, and I enjoyed very much talking to folks from IT, facilities, special education, nutrition services, HR, fiscal services, talk to some directors that are here this evening, talk to some principals, the teachers union folks, which, by the way, sir, we could have just got up and walked out after your speech. You were very eloquent and you hit almost all of the items that I'm going to speak to, so thank you for doing that. CSEA, and all of them were not just candid, and Mike and I didn't share, that's the word I wrote down. They weren't just candid, but they were hopeful. Like, you have a group of community members and employees who desperately want to move forward. They still believe in the district. They're very passionate about this district. And the frustration maybe that you heard some tonight, and maybe some of the stuff that came out during the interviews and the focus groups, was all appropriately geared towards moving the district forward. It wasn't trying to have a gotcha moment. And I think the staff deserves to be applauded for that, and the board needed to hear that. So let's move into district strengths. As Mike indicated, there were 4 of them that the strengths kind of coalesced around. The first is student academic performance. Despite all of the other issues and challenges that the district may be facing right now, there is a great deal of confidence in the performance that you're getting out of your students. And I think that's in large part due to the leadership at the sites, of course, but mostly it's the quality of the teachers and the instruction that they're getting. And I think that translates to the finding about wanting an instructional leader. I'm going to get to that in a minute. Also, you heard one of your speakers this night talk about her and her husband having a combined 61 years of service to the district. We heard over and over again how proud the district employees are in not just working here, but in having deep roots here. You have teachers and employees here whose parents worked here and whose grandkids now go to school here. So this is not just a school district, it's a community that comes together to educate their kids. And I think that's the way that I learned to think about this. They also really deeply respect the diversity of the programs, including your alternative ed programs, your CTE programs, your arts and media. Oh my gosh, if we heard about that once, we heard about that 50 times. I'm anxious to see if I can get myself to a musical this sometime soon. I hear they're amazing. And then piggybacking on what I just said, the community and the staff feels like Burbank is worth fighting for. Burbank is that place that's a city, but it's still clinging to a small town sensibility. We all care about each other. We all nurture each other. We're all trying to help each other's students. So those are the strengths that were identified through the engagement phase. Also, now let's move to the district challenges and issues associated with what we learned. As Mike said before, it's loud and clear. There is a huge need to rebuild trust and credibility, both in the governance team, in upper management, and just building that esprit de corps that says, we're here, you can count on us, and we're going to lead the district past the current challenges to move forward. That came out nearly universally. The fiscal pressure that the district is facing, maybe primarily or at least greatly contributed to by declining enrollment, warrants a great deal of attention. And what I would say about that too, and Mike alluded to the need to find someone with some expertise in fiscal and budgeting management. I think it's more than that. I think what came out in the discussions also had to do with like contract management, vendor management, accountability, those kinds of things. Instructional coherence. While the community and the staff definitely recognizes how well the students are doing here, there is a recognition that there are islands of excellence who really excel in one area or another, but there's a desire to get an instructional leader in the superintendent's office that can work with the staff to make those islands of excellence become continents, right? Like the whole thing, everybody's united in the way that we're approaching instruction, teaching, and learning. So that came out loud and clear in the interviews. And then finally, and you know this better than anybody, the leadership and turnover and the number of vacant positions that are happening are really weighing on people. We heard things like morale is suffering and leadership isn't consistent. You heard a speaker tonight talk about not knowing who some of the interims were. Those are all very real, tangible concerns that were expressed to us during the engagement phase, and also I think equate to why one of the most sought after characteristics is a team builder. Whoever comes into the superintendent's office is going to need to be somebody who can surround themselves with A-plus players, the best of the best, people who can stand on their own in front of the board, in front of the community, and speak with integrity and authority and competence. And those were the main ones. But before I move to the desired characteristics, I want to share with you that although I'm giving you the compilation and the summary, this reads like an executive summary, I really believe, and I'm going to speak to the audience and people with us this night, and if you're watching this tape, please go to the superintendent search page and read the whole leadership profile. I have it here. I don't know, it's 11 pages or something, and it fleshes it out a whole lot better than I could ever do justice in the kind of oral report that I'm providing tonight. Also, the full breakdown of the survey findings are attached to it. So you're going to see that profile is good. You can read it as these are the areas, such as what I'm reading to you tonight, but then a paragraph describing what that means and how that particular skill, trait, or ability should be translated into action in the superintendent's office. Okay, so who is this unicorn that you're looking for? Who is this person who can do all of these amazing things? First, as Mike said, we need to find somebody for the superintendent's office who has unquestioned integrity and ethics. You heard the community enforced tonight, and even if they hadn't been here at all, you want someone who can stand in front of the community and speak with integrity and ethics. And not only that, but lead their team to put in place systems of checks and balances and accountability that are unquestioned. And so I wanted to share that. Also, and you've heard some of the speakers this evening, and we've shared with you that some of the need to restore that trust and credibility leads to wanting to find a superintendent who can work collaboratively with you on governance practices and oversight practices with respect to the way that you run meetings and the way that you have closed session or the way you have open session, when the minutes should be done. But not only that, but also how do we approach the school sites as board members, and how do we work with the administrative staff, and what's their role versus what's your role? Those kinds of conversations require a leader with courage, someone who can face their bosses and be able to say, no, I think that's a bad idea and here's why, and not feel like they're going to be chastised or taken down a peg because you need that right now. There needs to be a clearly defined role delineation between the board and the administrative staff, including the superintendent. Obviously, we want a visible and accessible leader, someone who builds trust and between and among all internal and external constituents. We talked about the team builder piece and the fiscal and budget experience, the exceptional communicator, Mike touched on that, instructional leader, we already talked about that. I want to talk a little bit more about the balanced respect for tradition and innovation, because this is something that I think will resonate not only with the board, but probably with the staff. We heard many times that there's a Burbank way. And that I didn't know what the Burbank way is. Nobody ever shared that with me before I got here, right? Who knows? But that term came out many times. And I think it was referring to, if I could translate from an unbiased person's perspective, it was almost like this is kind of how we've been doing this particular thing for a long period of time, and it's just become accepted, regardless of if that particular process or that particular approach is efficient or the best possible way to do things. And so there was a widespread recognition, including among your teams in the district office who are the ones practicing those Burbank ways, that they need to modernize and become more efficient and move their practice forward. Where there is resistance to those moves, it basically, in my opinion, was born out of just wanting to be trained, wanting to be a part of the process and consulted before a change initiative happens. I think the way we worded it in the leadership profile is that there needs to be some intelligent pacing to that change. You need to give some thought to the opinions and input of your teams before you go and do these massive change initiatives. That being said, there are things that are sorely in need of modernization, and your team knows it, and they're looking for that leader who can usher them through that. Service-oriented and student-centered leader is self-explanatory. And then the last one I wanted to share is an experienced change leader. That just relates to the dynamic that I just talked about. It's like balancing the need to be the superintendent versus the need to be an effective board. That can be a little bit of a challenging relationship. In the same way, moving the district forward in their systems and structures can be challenging to balance people being wedded to particular ways of doing things. That type of change is going to require a very skilled, politically savvy, and experienced person who can handle those dynamics. So with that, I think we're ready for questions and discussion, and we're happy to have the opportunity to share this with you this evening.
Great, thank you. Questions and comments from my colleagues? Board Member Olson.
I just want to say that the actual report is, as you say, it's 11 pages, it's concise, and it echoes what you're saying. It's so easy. And I wonder if there's ways that we can make it more, like I see where it is on the website, but are there any other ways that we are sharing that out with the community other than the website? Because it's great.
With your guidance, we could easily, we like to finalize it, take the draft watermark off of it once we hear all your feedback, and we could surely, if you wanted to, I think it'd be a great idea to mail it out to the community, to email it out to the community.
Yeah. We could have Cindy and Oscar send it as an e-news at some point.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, link it to where it is on the website. Yeah,
Right.
that's a great idea. Dr. Weisberg.
I wonder, so there's so much good here. My question for you is some of the, in your experience, some of the qualities that people are referencing are qualities we all want, right? But they're kind of amorphous. It's not like you're going to meet somebody in the interview process and automatically know this person is going to generate feelings of sort of like trust and inherent like belief that they're ethical and that they're making the right decisions, right? And that takes time. So I guess I wonder, in your experience, how do we navigate? Because I don't think any one of us up here disagrees that we all agree that these are qualities we need. It's much easier to identify somebody who has fiscal training, right? Or who is a good communicator, because those are things that you can kind of quantify and look at. How do we address the very real needs that are not tangible?
Very good question. My answer to that is that that's one of the reasons why a district board would want to retain a search consultant group that is well connected throughout the state. So for everybody's edification, we don't just look at the people that the applicants listed as their references, right? We have, we're spread throughout the state, ESS. We have consultants all over the state, and we're embedded with a law firm that is the largest law firm in California serving school districts, and those attorneys are working in those districts. And as I shared with you earlier this evening, I had a chance to attend the AXA event in Indian Wells to actually recruit in person sitting superintendents. All of those networks that we have are key to learning more about the integrity, the character, the soft skills sounds soft, right? But it's learning more about the kind of person and the kind of character that someone's bringing to the job that doesn't fit so neatly on a resume, and that's what we do. By the time the engagement phase is over completely and we move into the selection phase, we will have spoken not only to each of the applicants, but our goal before we sit down is to also speak to at least 2, if not 3 references. I'm going to use that word loosely. People we know who will have strong knowledge of each of the applicants. Some of your staff would maybe concur, but the world of school administration can be fairly tight, and it's not hard to find people who know these people who are sitting in these high-profile positions. So I hope that answers your question.
When you say before selection, do you mean before we are deciding who to interview, or before we are deciding on our final candidate to offer the job?
Yeah, we want to have those conversations before, so that we can advise the board if we've heard something that you should be aware of, right? Like, we don't want to put someone in a position of interviewing and then go, oh, well, maybe we should have not had that person interview. We knew something, we found out something after the fact. That's not good practice. So we would do as many conversations as we can before the board is asked to select folks to interview, and then you'll have that information when you're deliberating.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Dr. Ikanian?
No, I was just going to say, can you see me with your contacts now? You're okay? No, I did.
Okay.
No, I did. So, it is. So I do appreciate the presentation, and I know you're going to be talking to everyone. So timeline-wise, I'm sure we're going to be letting people know what's coming, what's expected, right?
Right, on the superintendent search page, the next steps will be outlined with that. We're on schedule at this point. The applications, the deadline is February 16th. And then we begin the selection process after that. Once the board selects the people they want to interview, we do a background check on them before you even talk to them. They have to sign off on a very thorough background check. And so not only do we have our references we're talking to, but we're also making sure that, so all that happens, and then March 7th and 8th is still our weekend for doing those interviews.
He did answer the second question, the background checks. Thank you.
Anyone else? This was all incredibly helpful. I wanted to say thank you for the profile. You know, one of the things that I really appreciated about it is, you know, I think it was very honest, right? I think candid and hopeful is also a great description of the profile as well, right? Candid about where we sit at this particular point, but that we have a long history of academic achievement, and this should be an attractive place to work, and that we're looking for a very specific type of person. I'm curious about, because that is a long list. It does feel a little like a unicorn, especially when you were talking about, tell me a little bit more what feedback you got from people in terms of fiscal experience. Because I was surprised to hear contracts, vendors, accountability, and not kind of, because you don't necessarily hear that with also wanting a strong instructional leader. Right. And what kind of person might that be?
So part of being, I am not an accountant. I don't wear a green visor. I have those things. You know, no offense, sir, but I fitted half the room, I think, with that comment. But
well done.
You have to know budgets well enough.
Right.
Where you can read what your professional people provide to you and understand what they're putting forward and know the right questions to ask. You have to be able to work with your CFO and you know, and all your departments that use those contracts and know enough to supervise that. Having experience in that field helps out a lot. But again, I would never write a budget as a superintendent, but I darn well made sure I asked lots of questions about it, and I read the full budget report before it ever came out. My CFO and I would have conversations about it as it came forward. So, and they were, I think they were productive conversations where I actually asked questions that a board might ask, or maybe the members of the public might ask to make it better. And so that doesn't take to be a financial expert, but it takes being highly knowledgeable and having worked through, I think dozens of school budgets over the course of the years, and knowing what actuals are and knowing what interims are and knowing all those things as it goes forward. But you want to add to that, Roger?
Just briefly, I think Mike said most of what I would have said, except what I would share with you is that it's not likely, Mike and I talked about this over a cup of coffee before the board meeting, it's not likely that you're going to find somebody who's an A+ knowledge level and experience on all those items, right? There will be a mix, right? You'll have folks who are exceptional instructional leaders and great communicators. They know HR backwards and forwards. They've done teaching and learning, but their fiscal experience might be more like Mike said, right? They know how to look at a budget. They know what questions to ask. They know how to guide the process, but they haven't been a CBO. On the other hand, there's a viable pathway to superintendencies through the business services office. That's not that uncommon to have superintendents who are former CBOs. Those folks can be it's a little bit rarer for those kinds of folks to be instructional leaders, because they didn't get their teaching credential. They came through the business office. It's not impossible. But I'm very confident saying you're going to get a strong applicant pool. We've both been talking to many, many people, and you already have applicants and all of that. But you're not going to get someone who has all of that in a perfect package. There's going to be discussions and trade-offs about this person's stronger at this person's stronger at that, and then who's the best fit for the district. But I can almost guarantee you're going to get folks that are strong in most of the areas that you're looking for.
The other question I have is just what you heard from the community, and maybe you didn't, maybe this didn't come up, and that's an okay answer as well, is what you heard from the community as far as like preference for knowledge of kind of Southern California education or California Ed Code. And I know we're mostly focusing, or you're mostly focusing your kind of outreach to AXA and California folks. But did you hear any sort of openness to folks maybe interested in moving from out of state, for example?
The conversations mostly focused on the quality of the person.
Mhm.
We didn't hear about where they would come from. It was more about the qualities they possess. Had they worked with boards before? Have they been a place where they've had to solve significant problems before? And so I would say, yeah, that Southern California, this particular area, 5-city area, no, but no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. That's helpful. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, we will finalize this and get it out to the community early next week.
Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank
Take
you
care.
very much.
All right. Moving on then to 10B, report on key analytics, project tracking, reporting, and compliance services. Dr. Jason Hasty, please.
Of course, my laptop just logged out. You know which one it is, the key analytics? Yeah. Okay. So, thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Toronto here in a sec, but I just want to give you some background. And I wanted to definitely bring this and have Tarana from Key Analytics present. There's two parts of this. So we have the 10B, which is going to be the presentation of what Key Analytics is, which will be then coupled with 12C, which is, I know we have a ratification, and I want to just explain that. We're in a time crunch, so we really need to get someone an organization that really knows this work. Bond program management and the budget side. As you know, we did have some staffing turnover, and the biggest challenge though has been that continuity. So we are definitely going forward. We have to go forward with this for the overall budget management of the bond piece. And I just want to clarify, this will be a bond expense that will be overseeing the budget management of the bond moving forward. So just want to get that clear. The second item I already told you about, and I want to make sure these services support our legal Prop 39 reporting and compliance requirements, and will help ensure transparency in how Measure ABC funds are tracked and reported. The other thing too, I just want to make sure Key Analytics, what they do is one of a kind. So as far as getting multiple bids, there's nobody that's going to bid and provide these services. So we get one part, and she's going to get really into the details more, that is the software that we take our budgets into, and we kick that back out, and we bring those for our reports for the budgets. But she also provides the actual presentations and the design of them. Most of these softwares you will find, you get the software and it's one and done, and you move on. You pay a lot of money for those. So the other piece too is costs. We are not going to fill the bond-funded budget technician that we had. So we don't need to fill that with this one, because we can essentially get our same reports from our financial system, give them to this contract, and we will get that same service. And it actually comes at a savings, because if we're looking at about $85,000 a year, when you talk about an actual FTE and benefits all involved, we're getting, so we don't have to fill that. So that's another thing just to consider as we do that. And right now, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Tarana Alam from Key Analytics. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Board, Cabinet, and community members. My name is Tarana Alam. I'm the Managing Director of Key Analytics. We are a firm that consists of experts in various school funding areas. So we have experts that are familiar with state programs, state funding, state eligibility, and so forth. We also know about bonds, how bonds work, how assess values and all those things work. Financial advisory division. We have project tracking and reporting, so we know how to deal with communities, how to put reports together that set forth the district's board, the board's priorities. You have a $1.4 billion worth of needs in your master plans, and you have about $458 million bond. It's very difficult. So setting those expectations and preparing the type of reports that are transparent, that are accurate, that also tell a story in a cohesive way so the community is informed about what's happening at any given time, which projects, what the budgets of those projects are, why those projects are a priority, what are the reasons for those, and how much those projects cost, and what the expenditures are, which is their purview. To know the project expenditures per Prop 39, they need to be given expenditures to make sure that those expenditures are for bond-approved projects. So what makes us different from anybody else? As Jason said, we have no competition. The reason for that is we have a proprietary software where there is no manual entry. And I think, do we have my presentation? Okay. So there is no manual entry with our report. Why is that? The district has to use a fiscal system. The funds are with the Los Angeles County Treasurer. They reside in these funds. They go through the district's internal processes. You guys approve all the warrants, and then it goes to the district's financial system. You must put it in there, and that's how warrants are issued, purchase order, and contracts are issued. Once that is done, we take those files just in the form of a single file that's sent to our staff, to our analysts. Our analysts analyze those files without any manual entry. They put it into a proprietary software called Keystone Solutions. What's different about Keystone in the financial system is credits and debits. It's all code-based. An ordinary person, a community member, cannot tell what the expense was for, who was paid, which project it was for. It's also year to year. So once the year is over, if you want to see the prior year expenses, you have to go back and pull those reports. Our system is cumulative, so you see the entire bond's history from the beginning to the end. So there is no manual entry. There is 100% accuracy. We mirror the financial system. So we take the same data, we upload it, we reconcile on every single dimension, so there is no deviation. It will withstand any kind of an audit, whether it's an IRS audit, state audit for state reporting purposes, any type of an audit, our report withstands it because it's 100% accuracy. Simplified reporting, we prepare reports that are cumulative, like I said, for multi-year. If a community member asks, how much did you spend on the first series? We can produce a report that basically from a micro to a macro level shows who was paid, for which projects, what type of cost. Was it an architect, soft cost, hard cost, testing, and so forth. Compliance, so like Jason said, we have expertise to put these beautiful reports together. We actually put one together as a sample that shows, the whole, like it tells a story of the bond itself through that process. So it's very simple. We also do state compliance reporting. If the district receives state funding, we'll prepare those reports to the Office of Public School Construction for state compliance reporting. God forbid, if you're ever audited by the IRS regarding a single bond series, we have all the compliance that are required by the tax certificate. So all the record keeping to make sure you track the funds by purchase order, by warrant, by fund, by series. All of that will be there. And also hands-on expert support. A typical accountant our bond accountant just does the accounting work. It takes a CBO or a facilities person to put a report together that is accurate for the community, because you don't want people to look at numbers that are moving or changing. That affects the credibility of the school district. So I mentioned a lot of these things, so I won't go over that again. It reduces the errors. We also create strategic cash flow planning tools for the district. Why is that important? Bond is one component of the whole funding. The district has RDA revenue. It has developer fee revenue. It has state grants. It has special reserves, all of those funds. So we track all of the funds in a uniform way. Since we take it all from the financial system, Jason and his staff and his team, we're going to be able to see how much money is on hand. which funding source is the best to use for this project. Portables are, the best use of fund for the portables is developer fees, because it's as a result of new development, and you want to make sure you use those restricted funds. This is the money used for the bond funds. They need to be used within a certain time period. So those are the types of things we will be assisting and helping the district with. Like I said, state compliance and hands-on expert support. I briefly referred to the CBOC report. Our CBOC reports are tremendously transparent. I work with over 130 school districts, not myself. As a team, we work with 130 school districts throughout California. Some of the biggest ones: Riverside Unified, Corona Norco Unified, Beverly Hills Unified, Paramount, Temple City, many school, Fremont, South San Francisco, Stockton, many of the very large school districts. And so we are expert in putting these CBOC reports together that are transparent. They include completed, active, future projects. They provide description of the projects. We work with Robin and Malihi to get the project status, incorporate them into these reports that can be posted on the website. A community member can see how bond funds are being spent. It tells a cohesive story. It sets community expectations about why a project is not being done right away, because getting a project done is a process. You have to start a project, there is schematic design, then it has to go to DSA, then it has to go into bidding process, then it has to go into construction, then the construction takes a certain time period. So we tell a story in a way where the community always knows what's going on. And then, like I said, we create a roadmap with using all of the funding sources together, what-if scenarios to be able to plan when the next series of bonds should be issued, so that there is no shortage of funds when you're in construction. Make sure all the funds are on hand. So we provide a lot of hands-on support, but the reason we can provide that support is because we have the most 100% accurate data from the district's financial system, so it has that credibility and everything matches, versus other software packages where it relies on district staff members to manually hand enter the data that has already been entered into the financial system, creates double work, and it never ties and it never matches.
Are we good with questions at this
Yes,
point?
absolutely. I didn't want to go line by line. Just
No,
wanted to kind of-
that's great. Dr. Arcanian.
Thank you. So, first question, is your system, is it a cloud-based or is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, 100% it's web-based with AWS, and it is extremely accurate. The data belongs to the district. Even after we don't work there, the district is the district's data. It always has access to it.
And then by access, who will have access to the cloud?
Yeah, we would have points of contacts in the administrative office. I mean, starting with obviously the CBO, or, we would also assign, we already have an accounts analysis that's providing these reports straight from our system that we're reconciling to create her reports.
There is unlimited access to as many members as the district authorizes.
Okay, so it is upon the authorization. And then my other question is, because we had issues in the past with some of our software where we're so outdated and the county couldn't I just want to make sure this is something that
yes,
that crosses over.
Correct, and yes, it doesn't need to integrate in that way, but it's not an issue.
Yeah. There is no licensing fee. There is not per person fee. We can also provide limited access. So, for example, if the district has, a construction management team that need to have access to a single part of the system, not all the funds, we could provide limited access to that portion. We could also even have, if needed, some tools where we give limited access to the community to see projects on the website on just a specific part of the system. So there are a lot of ways.
And I'm just I really like what you're offering, but also in the future, I know in the past, and this is not about this, but it has to do with the bond. In the past, we used to get reports on a bond with photos, like, this is what we're doing, remember? And it was pretty simple, but people were like, oh, okay, visual.
Yes.
I'm just throwing this out there. My other last concern, before I forget, because this is coming up, I don't know where we are, Mr. Hastings, on our when it comes to our drives. because we had some issues in the past where people were backing stuff on their hard drive. When they left, they deleted everything, and the district could not retrieve it, like where you should have a network system. I don't know where we are on that. I'll have to
We do have a cloud-based system. We have redundancy. We also have the you have to have certain elements in place to even qualify for an insurance claim if you were to do it. And that was one of the first questions when I showed up in January was, do we have these in place? Because at that point, yes, they are in place. We do have redundancy. We have multi-factor. All those things are in place.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Board Member Olson. No.
Thank you so much, and also thank you, Dr. Hasty, for answering some of the questions on the offset around comparative. And I mean, I completely understand what you're saying at this point. If that's how you're doing that in such a unique way that you don't have competitors in that space. When it comes to the single export, how frequent is that happening?
Oh, we could do it as often as weekly if need be. We typically do it every 2 weeks.
Okay.
Directly from the financial system. We have other tools that we will provide the district access to if that's something they would like to do, where they have the ongoing access payment routing system and a processing system where they can input purchase orders and warrants through the system. That's a live system, so they can immediately see what was paid and, when you make this payment, what's going to be left under that contract on that purchase order. So there are other tools that we can discuss with the district, but the frequency of the upload is minimum 2 weeks. If they use that pay rec process, then it's weekly.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious if there was some kind of sync or daily, or how live or how manual that process was.
Yeah, but a lot of our districts that are not using because we incorporate budgets, encumbrances, and expenditures, all three of them in there. The whole idea is, does the district have enough money? Can it fund its project? Can it meet its contractual obligation? Whether something is paid or not immediately, does not become a big issue because you're looking at making sure you have money for the entire program all of the time.
I also want to say the question is also showing that I need to communicate the vision a little bit better. Ideally, all these services that I will be talking to or bringing to you guys, we want to get it on a quarterly basis. I could see us having a regular board report. That's the standard. Whether it's bi-monthly, there's these. We're going to create a cadence essentially. In most districts where I've seen, this is a quarterly thing, but we are constantly, I'd reach out and say, hey, we need something on this, just because there's a question. And so that would happen, but so as needed, but definitely we want to get all this on a cadence quarterly.
Okay. No, I appreciate that greater scope. I mean, I just feel like echoing that in some of the comments that we've been hearing around, moving toward more proactivity versus reactivity. This type of service gets us to that space. So I'm really thrilled by that. And I also read in the contract that your fee includes the reconciliation from since May. And I also thought that was also really important for the public to know that this is wrapping all of that up.
Yes.
Because I think that really provides a little bit of a exhale to a lot of us. And I was just wondering if you could both speak to just a little bit for everyone to understand, this does, to reiterate what you said, I'm sorry, I'm so cloudy. This does remove the need to hire a bond manager.
Well, a bond. We had a position that was a bond account technician, I believe, or analyst. And we do not need. That's vacant. That was vacated. So when I came in, I knew there was no position. I knew we had to get someone fast. But that's for that purpose. Bond program manager is going to be a different conversation for sure.
I see.
We have bond project managers right now, and there is definitely a difference from a program manager.
Right.
And that is another step in this plan we need to discuss.
Okay. Well,
and that's
I don't want to derail.
Right now, please.
But from a savings perspective and a proactivity perspective, I think you just really hit the nail on the head of saying, in order to generate the reports.
Yes.
And the data specifically, removing that manual entry does, from a technology standpoint, I think that's exceptional.
And I think when people do it, when districts decide to do it in-house, there's a lot of double work and a lot of excess
Yeah.
work. You don't always have a person that has the capacity, and that's just the facts. The bond, and just a really high level, really quick. You have $80 million. You're going to take 10% of right away, put in contingency. You got 80% that's going to go to hard, 20% that goes to soft costs. That budget structure alone is not something we do in our regular budget. So that
Right.
has to be an additional creation that is monitored. So this is, again, what we're doing here.
Yeah.
It's also, if it helps, a report from an independent outside entity that's reconciling to your financial records and provides a report to the community. For a lot of our clients, that adds a credibility that they really value. They
Yeah.
really value. And again, the reports that we would prepare, which are more transactional, will also match the independent financial audit, because we both work from the same financial reporting. So there will be no deviation. We will always, everything will match and then mirror back to the financial system.
Thank you for expressing that piece.
Thank you.
That's all I had.
Dr. Weisberg.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Some are for you, Dr. Hasty, and some are for you.
Sure.
I just want to get a better sense of, so did we do any kind of like RFP process, or did we?
You don't have to do an RFP for this service. It's professional services. And so there's no legal requirement for, to put something out there for an RFP.
Right. I mean, and I know we don't have a legal requirement, but especially because we are justifiably really looking hard at the different places that we work with. And this isn't in any way a reflection on your services. But I think when people ask, who else did you talk to? Why this company? And you spoke a little bit about it, but I think we need to be able to clearly articulate why we didn't speak to other.
And I will start with the products out there right now are mainly proprietary software, standalone. That's all you get. And I'm not going to name them all, but you essentially have to plug in what you have in there, and there's no other consulting or professional help. There's no report generation where they will come and help you, and come to your bond, committee and present the financials and ask questions about how this is happening. No other company does that.
Okay.
No company in the industry right now has a software the way we have designed it, where it uploads directly from the financial system. There are a few companies, Kobe Technology Accountability being one of them, where they provide you a software, which is an Excel-based software. Staff members have to manually enter every single transaction. And when the RFP is issued, asking for a software that does upload and reconciliation, they can't respond to that because they don't have it.
And 3 years ago, when I was with the district to purchase Colby, it was over $80,000 a year.
Yeah, I mean, I think another question. So that's helpful. I know that we don't have one unified system that we're using currently for all the different areas of the department or the district. So is there any concern on your end in how this system is going to integrate in with the 72? Because it sounds to me like, just my basic understanding of what we're using, we use different systems for.
So I'll give you really quick. We're an interface district.
Right.
So everything goes through Smarty first. That's
Right.
from the front, from the user perspective. And then it gets uploaded into Best. That's our other system. This system is pulling from Best, and Best is what you're going to see when we come for the second interim for those reports. Those are all numbers we pulled out of Best. And so
we do Smarty too.
Yeah.
So we reconcile to Smarty and Best, but ultimately all of the stuff goes back and reconciles. So if the Best financial system shows the district has $79,500,000 as of this date in that account, Keystone will show that exact dollar amount as of that date.
Okay.
And it will match by SAC code, object code. It would match by fund, by resource, by project code, by site, by all of it.
Great. Last question. Sure. So I know that there's the fee for the software, and then there's a monthly fee. Can you just talk a little bit about what that monthly fee encompasses?
That is the fee. The $85,000 includes everything. It includes the service and the software. So so dividing that by 12 is what our monthly fee will be.
Okay.
That makes sense.
We don't have ongoing license fees.
Great.
Any of those other things. It's a flat fee that we charge, and that does not just include the bond funds. We also will track developer fee funds, RDA funds,
Great.
state grants, Fund 40, because you don't want to have like pieces that are disconnected. We want to track the program as a whole.
Great.
But for the purpose of the Bond Oversight Committee, they only see ABC expenditures.
Yeah.
And Measure S will see only Measure S expenditures, and then, but you will have programmatic tracking of all the funding sources.
That's super helpful. And Dr. Hasty, I think it could be really helpful for us to just create, because people will ask, like, how is this different than what the eventual bond manager does, which is different than Malihe and Robin. And so I think just having something somewhere that breaks that down, which is not a you problem, it's an us problem, I think would be really helpful.
Easy to do, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
And so this is really just for our facilities funds. This is not for general fund?
Yes.
No, it's, the cost of it will not touch any general fund.
Right.
And yes, it's all for our capital projects that are
Right.
bond funded.
Could this software, though, be, regardless of how we're paying for it, is it possible to track our general fund expenses through software like this?
It's not typical.
I mean, we track the payroll that is tied to the bonds, like those individuals that work on the bond and they get paid from, we track those. But these systems actually are designed more for the general fund than they are for facilities. So but if, like, for example, some districts had Prop 39 monies or some ESSER funds that they used for bond projects, if we know that those funds are being used for capital facility, we track those general fund expenditures that belong to capital facilities, but not general fund.
Yeah,
per se.
and from my experience, when the report's made, you'll see Fund 40, you'll see, all the different, the developer fees, essentially the purpose of providing them in the way they're provided is so we're looking at the dollars to see how we can leverage to elongate our bond
Yes.
dollars, making sure they're lasting, getting projects done.
Yeah, and politically, honestly, we try to put the best plan of the district on display for the CBOC members, even though they don't have purview over any other funds. If the district is successful in obtaining state grants or the district is using other funding sources, we will include that in the CBOC report saying, see guys, the district is not just using bond funds, it is using other funding sources to augment the dollars to make sure it helps the community. Because it's not unusual for community members to vote for a $400 million bond and expect $1.4 billion worth of expenditures. It is impossible. So setting those kind of expectations and priorities is important.
I have a question.
Dr. Arcanian?
Thank you. So my offices are actually at the same building I built LACCD. Yeah, the $12 billion. So they have and I do agree, and they do have gigantic team, and the data entry is a nightmare sometimes. Now, one thing that sometimes we hear at LACCD at least is, especially with the changing, like we have one, for example, we're dealing with one vendor who just decided to leave. It happened to us at one point too, just, So, or they're having issues in some areas where the expenses have gone up because of tariffs and all that, things change, right? How flexible is this software when it comes to?
It is very flexible with whatever is in the financial system. If the district changes the financial system, we can completely adopt to the new system. For example, LA County had PeopleSoft before.
Yes.
And PeopleSoft got replaced by Best. Our staff adapted, so the data in our system looks exactly the same, even though two separate systems were used.
But also, what's going to be reported, or these reports are going to help us strategize.
Yes.
Yes.
So we'll have our expenditures, we'll have our dollars, revenues right there in front of us. Now, if we know cost escalation went up more than 10%, which it has, then that's something we will have, we will amend
And
in
I
the
think-
plan as we move
I
forward.
think it's important for people to know, because sometimes when people think, oh, this is operating as a bond manager, kind of a, it's not. I think sometimes you want to clarify that it's an added kind of a justification of the
Yeah,
strategy.
and again, we have to have compliant reporting. I mean,
Yes.
and that's another piece.
I agree with you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
by looking at all the funding sources together, you don't miss anything. If a budget changes, you can see the trickling effect of that, how it impacts the other projects. So you have a story to tell. So we have a lot of experience doing these, and go ahead, please. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I think my just last question on this is, it's a bond expense. Has the SFOC seen this?
Yes, we talked to him about this last night.
Okay, great.
Yes.
That was.
Thank you. That's a great
That is
question.
my last question on this one. Any other questions on this piece? I know we're taking it up later in the agenda.
Yeah,
for
and
approval.
I just had one other comment because we have some items going to board for February 12th,
Mhm.
and King Consulting, they are another consultant that will not come out of general fund, and again, the reason why those professional services moving forward, and this is part of the overarching plan, we have not put in for our OPSC, which the state. We can do reimbursements for the construction we're doing, as simple as that. And you have to put your name in the line, and there's a lot of reporting that has to go around this. The consulting that's coming on the next board meeting is going to, that's their service. And so they'll make sure we're getting in line for all the grant and reimbursements we need for the state. And they're also going to help us claw back reimbursements from the past. And we're talking about going back like 10 years for all these projects we've done. So all that money we'll get from that will also go into Fund 40, which that group will be paid out of, which will then also help us to make sure our projects get finished.
Okay, and that's coming next week.
Yeah, February. And so that's what the King Consulting is.
But that's next week.
Next
not
week,
here.
and that's why I just want to make sure that's the next step, but that's why this is important when you're hearing all this other
Okay,
stuff.
got it.
They're all
got
going
it.
to connect. We're going to bring
I
it
was like,
together.
where's this coming from?
I know, sorry.
All right, awesome. No. That's super helpful. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
One last thing I was going to
yeah.
say is the assistance to transition. I just noticed that the vacancies and staff turnover has been quite a bit. With people like us, we can very quickly bring everybody on board with regards to the program because we provide that consistency through transition, because we've tracked the program as a whole. We can very quickly provide, here's where the district is, here are the projects, here are the budgets. That is one of the biggest advantages of the software and ongoing support.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank
care.
you.
All right, moving on to 10C, report on bond funding analysis. Dr. Hasty. Sounds like we've got a Zoom presentation.
Okay, good evening again. As part of our ongoing fiscal oversight and responsible debt management, we, the district, we periodically review our outstanding bonds to see whether refinancing opportunities exist that could ultimately save Burbank taxpayers money. I mean, that's as simple as that. Tonight, I'm going to introduce John Isom from Isom Advisors. He's the district's municipal advisor. John's going to walk us through with the board through the bond refunding analysis and explain current market conditions, the potential savings, and the structure options available to the district. This item represents part of, part one of a two-step process. So this is to get the information so we understand the process, and then at the February 12th meeting, we're going to be bringing a resolution. But I'm going to stop there and let John take over. John, are you unmuted?
I'm unmuted.
Okay, and if you
all hear me.
And as you talk, I have the slides here. I can probably change those slides as you talk. I'm on slide 1.
Okay, great. Good evening, members of the board, district administration, members of the community. I'm John Isom with Isom Advisors, and we are the municipal advisors to the district. So we play the role of fiduciary, and from time to time, we have an opportunity to share with districts chances to refund old bonds. So that's essentially what we're going to be talking about, is our ability to refund old bonds. So in this presentation, we're going to speak to essentially what you have by way of outstanding bonds, as well as the opportunities that we have to refund the bonds. So now I'll be honest, I can't see what slide you're on. So if you can just, I guess, advance it to kind of what I would consider to be the first overview slide, we can talk a little bit specifically about the opportunity in front of you. Is that?
We're there.
You are there.
Yes.
Great. Okay.
And Dr. Hasty can just do it when you say next slide, I think, and we'll be good. Thank you so much. Good to see you, or hear you, I guess.
Great. I will do that. I'm actually unable to see it myself, so let me just pull it up on my end real quick. Okay. So as far as the executive summary goes, so back in 2017, the district sold about $34 million And enough time has passed for us to consider refunding those old bonds. Now, this is something the district did in 2005, 2020, and most recently 2025. And what happens is, as time passes on, a bond program, if interest rates are low enough and enough time has passed, presents the opportunity to do a refunding. So you might say, well, why don't we do this last year, John? Because when bonds are sold, they have what's called a call date or a call protection. And that essentially says, we will not refund your bonds, Mr. or Mrs. Investor, until a specified time period. And until that time period kind of runs its course, you're in a little bit of a holding game. So for the 2017 bonds, that time period is up. In fact, it's technically up August 1, 2026. That's what we call the redemption date. In our industry, because of this call date, there are certain limitations and infrequencies by which you can sell bonds. And so you want to be a little bit choosy as to when you do it, because when we refund these bonds, we'll have another 8 to 10 years in call protections or a call date before we could refund these particular bonds. So in our industry, the GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association, stipulates that you should consider a bond refunding if you can achieve 3% or better on a net present value basis. So that's kind of the does it make sense statistical analysis here. And as you can see with the third bullet point there, we're looking at about 7.8%. So not quite triple the industry standard, but pretty darn close. As it relates to dollars and cents, and we'll talk a little bit more about this, based on today's interest rates, we're looking at about $2.7 million in taxpayer benefit. So to be clear, this is not dollars that will come to the school district and the general fund. These are benefits and dollars that are going to be for the property owners of the district, those that have been paying property taxes. It should also be noted that any refunding does not add additional years to the debt. Okay, so sometimes people compare these to, home mortgage refinances, and there are a lot of similarities between the two. But a home mortgage refinance oftentimes resets the 30-year clock. And so in some instances, I lowered my payments, but I'm actually borrowing more money if I sold this house, or I kept this house rather, through completion. But that is not permissible under bond law. You have to not only save money year over year, but you have to save money overall. Next slide, please. So we're looking at, kind of the how do we get here, right? And as you might imagine, similar to a home mortgage refi, when interest rates are lower than what you're paying, that's how you get savings. So on this slide here, comparing current interest rates, you can see in yellow what the old 2017 rates are, and in red what current interest rates are. And you hear a lot of discussion about, interest rates are so high and home mortgages, et cetera, et cetera. That's not the case in municipal bonds. General obligation bonds, for number one, they're tax exempt, so they carry a much lower interest rate. Number two, there's a tremendous amount of demand among investors for these very safe investments. But it's the delta between the yellow and the red that create the savings. On structuring options, just for your edification, some people want to know as much as they can about a bond program, and I think it's always good to be educated. So there's really 3 different ways for a district to take the benefit. One option is level savings. You can see on the graph to the right. What that means is essentially a haircut for all of the next several years of payments, starting in year 1 and ending when the last payment is due. And everyone essentially would enjoy some level of a tax break year after year after year. Number 2 options, deferred savings. And if you note there in the dark blue, that means no reduction in taxes. So there's no tax break other than you chop off the last year or maybe 2 and give a significant benefit in the out years to the bond program. Okay. And then the third one is upfront savings. And just as it implies, we're providing an immediate benefit, significantly more than level, but then the tax rate goes back up. And you might think, well, why would anyone want to do that? We use the upfront savings model quite regularly during the Great Recession. You know, when people were struggling and people were losing their homes and they were struggling to make their tax payments, we thought, wow, what a great opportunity to give people a 1 or a 2, maybe even a 3-year break, understanding that the interest rate, or excuse me, the tax rates were going to go back up to where they were in the first place. So you get an idea. There's a time and a place for each one. Some are financially a little more efficient. Some are politically a little bit more popular than others. But we're recommending that the district pursue the level, which is give taxpayers the immediate benefit now, because they've been, frankly, paying on these bond programs for the last several years. If we turn to the next slide, in 2026, this shows you in dollars and cents how this all works. So existing debt service on these bonds goes out to 2032. There's about $38.8 million in payments that are owed on this particular bond, but we can swap these payments out for lower payments. We essentially pay off the investors who bought the bonds years ago, say thank you for your investment in us, but we're giving you your money back, and we're replacing those investors with a new pool of investors who are willing to take lower interest rates. And that's represented on that table to the right with the new debt service. And the far right, of course, represents the savings. So, you know, $50,000 in the first year and kind of ramping up to $100,000, hitting a high of about $575,000 or $500,000 in year 2032. So that's the benefit. So if the district does nothing, then the investors will continue to make, in this case, $38.8 million. But we do what good stewards of taxpayer dollars do. We do the refunding, and we lower the debt service payments for property taxpayers. If we go to the last slide, really talking about a timeline here, just to give you an idea. And for those that were around when we sold the Series A from Measure ABC, we go through a very similar process. It starts with the board saying, hey, yes, we want to refund these bonds, and in which case there will be legal documentation brought to you at the next board meeting. A resolution essentially calling for the refunding, and then a number of supporting documents. So those supporting documents, there's a lot of them, but they're in kind of, we'll call it draft form. And you may say, well, why not? Why aren't they going to be perfect yet, John? Because we don't know the final data, the final language, the final input until the bonds actually get priced. So what the resolution does, and that resolution is in final form, says, John, finance team, bond counsel, and district admin, go get this completed on our behalf, fill in the blanks. The form documents are 99% done, but we understand that they can't be 100% done and become a historical record until the bonds are actually priced. So step one of a 3-step process is establish the legal parameters, and that's going to be by board action and with the assistance from what we call bond counsel. Step 2, a little bit more in the middle of the page there, is getting the bonds rated and possibly insured. When you go get your bonds rated, it's a credit rating. Just like we all have a credit score, and the better your credit score is, the cheaper it is to borrow money. The same is true for a school district or any municipality that's borrowing money. They too get a credit rating. It's not a number, it's a letter grade. And so we go to the rating agencies, we say, look at us. Burbank's an amazing community. Everybody knows Burbank. Investors love us. We're doing good. Our tax base is strong. Development's good. Home prices are good. Income levels are high, et cetera, et cetera. And so we paint this picture for the rating agencies. They assign us a rating, and potentially we also seek insurance. But the goal of both of those exercises is to prep the bonds. So step 1 is legal parameters. Step 2 is prep the bonds. And once the bonds have been prepped, you sell them. And that's a process whereby we work with an underwriter, and that's kind of a bond term for a bank that buys these bonds, or more correctly, finds investors to buy your bonds, sometimes not enough, in which case they underwrite unsold bonds, but they essentially promise for you to get all of your bond monies locked in. And that's a 2-day process where we, as your financial advisor, are negotiating on behalf of the district with said underwriter. And at the conclusion, if all goes well, we make a recommendation to the district to say, yes, we recommend you accept this. This is a good deal for taxpayers. It's going to save a lot of money, and it's financially efficient. And there's a few weeks later from pricing to closing, and then at that point in time, the transaction is completed. Now, a question that we often get is, well, what happens if interest rates change? What if interest rates go down? That's fantastic. Then we save even more money. If interest rates go up, we save less money, and we might get to a point where we decide not to do the financing because we're not saving enough. Remember, we only want to do this if we can save the district a good chunk of money and that it's financially efficient. If rates go up, we can shelve this. We can wait several weeks, even several months, maybe even a year, depending on where interest rates go. But ultimately, we're never forced to go through with it unless your district and your financial advisor, us, and LA County, that plays an active role in these, give it the seal of approval, so to speak. Last thing I'll say, and then I'll pause for questions, is that those figures that we talked about as far as savings, the $2.8 million, they are based on today's interest rates, so they can change, obviously, and they are net of all costs. So when you think about, okay, well, what does the district come out of pocket for? Zero. All costs are paid from bond proceeds, and these savings are actually net of all costs. So wanted to point that out as well. So with that, that concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions from you if you have them.
I'm going to go first if that's all right with folks. So my first question is on the three options. Is the net present value on all three of these the same, and it's really just the timing that's different? Or is there actually expected to be additional actual savings for option 2?
Yeah, the present value calculation and the gross dollar savings that you see contemplate the level option number 1. Okay. Mm-hmm. If the district said, we want to do upfront savings, we feel like it would be nice to give people a break for the next 2 years, then the savings would be less. Okay, so upfront savings gives you less savings, but it provides an immediate benefit. Deferred savings give you the most savings, but we're not talking millions of dollars, right? We're talking tens of thousands or maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars. But deferred savings gives you the biggest benefit, but it doesn't provide any immediate benefit, right? The taxpayers continue to pay the same tax rate they otherwise would, and then you have this break out in the future where there's a significant amount of savings. Because the farther out the bond is, or the bonds, plural, the farther out the bonds are, when you refund the furthest out, those carry the highest interest rates. When you refund the nearer ones, they carry lower interest rates. So the benefit's not as good when you're refunding earlier bonds as opposed to later bonds, or more correctly, providing that benefit from early years to later years.
Got it. That's super helpful. And these are the bonds that we refunded last May were the 2015 general obligation bonds, right? These are different bonds than the ones that we refunded previously.
That is correct. Yes. Okay. And like I said initially, every couple of years you'll see us say, "Hey, the call date is up. The investors enjoyed their 8 years or 9 years or 10 years of interest payments, but now we have the right to refund them, again, interest rates permitting." And so this is just a reoccurring opportunity that happens when these call dates happen.
And we could not have done the 2017 bonds at that point. It just is a difference in call date.
Exactly. Yeah, it's legally impermissible.
Got it. Great. And then you talked about the threshold for refunding. I think my last question is really on the bond rating side. So I know my understanding is in the conversations with the raters, one of the reasons that we received a high rating was really referring to the district's stability over time, especially in leadership. And that is not the case since our last bond rating and last bond issuance. And so I'm curious as to one, like what's our rating assumption in kind of the savings here? Like, are we assuming that our rating is likely to change? And is there any risk in going out for a new rating right now?
John, you can speak to what we had for a previous rating. I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, you have a AA2, which is a fantastic rating. So in the order of ratings, AAA is the highest.
Yeah.
And there's just single AAA. There's just one category of AAA. Then you go to AA1, AA1, AA2, AA3, single A1, 2, and 3. Then you get into the triple Bs and the same kind of the numerical process.
So the second part of that question, I've already started planning. The way this looks is myself, John, the underwriter, will all be on a call, and it's going to be with, I don't know, John, if it's going to be Moody's or who, but we'll have a list of questions, and it's a quick call. We go through everything, and if there is any there's questions about potential litigation or if there's turnover, but really what they want to know is the capacity of the person in charge for the finance side. And this will be my third time doing this. I do feel confident in that I can't say we're going to be perfect. It's just, that's just, you never know. But the one thing, there will be a capacity interview with me personally that I will talk to. And quite frankly, our budget issues are being caused by the instability that we perceive at this point. And that's the overall theme of this, when I will talk with them.
Mm-hmm.
What about the question on the assumptions? Are the assumptions made in this reliant on us continuing to have a AAA or a AA2 rating, or are they assuming any sort of fluctuation in that?
They would allow for some fluctuation. So when you get your ratings report, they tell you in the report itself, hey, you're so great. These are all these great things about you. And here's some weaknesses. And then they say, here's what would lead to an upgrade. And here's what would lead to a downgrade. Now, there's 3 rating outcomes that can happen. You can get an upgrade, you can get a downgrade, or you can have an affirmed rating. And within there, you could even have what's called an outlook, a negative outlook or a positive outlook. We're not moving you out of the category of AA2, but we could give you a AA2 positive. We like what we're seeing, but we're not ready to give you an upgrade. Or an outlook negative, which is we'll still keep you at AA2, but we got a close eye on you. And if you keep up some of the problems that we see, then maybe you would lead to a downgrade. Now, the good news for you is when we got you the rating before AA2, fantastic rating, and even if you got a downgrade into a AA3, you're still in the AA category. So there are nuances, right? There's 3 categories for each credit level, but it's an extra big step or an extra big drop if you were to go into a single A category, or if you went up to a AAA. You're not going to get to the AAA without getting into a AA1. So this analysis, I would say, accounts for or allows for changes to the district's credit profile and credit rating, whether that's a downgrade, whether that's affirmed, whether that's a negative outlook. I don't see that being a big factor whether or not these refunding bonds are able to be done.
Great, thank you. Other questions from my colleagues? Board Member Olson.
I just wanted to clarify that the cost for your services in providing all of this is also coming from the bond. that is not coming from general fund.
Yes, just to reiterate, nothing is paid out of the general fund. They would be paid out of uniquely, and just to clarify, uniquely the proceeds of the refunding. So this isn't going to reach into your new construction
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't touch our.
fund.
It doesn't touch-
This
okay.
just gets paid out of the dollars that are available in the refunding.
Got it. And my question was similar to President Kamkar's, which is just what are the risks in here? Is there any other ones that we would maybe want to evaluate?
There really isn't. Since all of the fees are contingent on a successful refund, and none of it comes from the general fund, and none of it comes from your construction fund. It really is a no risk proposition. If I wanted to create a risk, I would say, let's say we have an unreasonable hope or expectation that interest rates are going to go down. So we say, let's hold out till we get $3 million in savings and 10% present value. That's what we want to do. The risk there is what we call interest rate risk. And that is if the interest rates don't cooperate and you sit and you wait every year, because remember, we only have 8 years left on this particular one.
Yeah.
Every year, one of those bonds gets paid down, there's less meat on the bone.
Right.
And at some point in time, picture like, oh, I'm down to 2 years left. Well, there's only $2 million to refund. Well, you can't refund anything
Yeah.
if there's only $2 million left. So that's the only risk, but I kind of fabricated that one. That's a pretty small risk.
No, but it's
Yeah.
making a good point.
And it's just less
Yeah.
reductions. Yeah.
No,
more
thank you.
impact.
The explanation was super clear.
Anything else? What else? Do you need anything else from us, Dr. Hasty? Or
Not for
will
this.
be
This was
for-
informative, so
Okay.
you know you're informed on the decision for the resolution at the next meeting.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Isom. We appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good
All
night.
right.
Thank you.
Take care. Let's move on then to 10D, legal fees, year-to-date presentation. Dr. Hasty.
Make sure I have it. You don't mind if I sit here? Is it okay if I sit here and present? Thank you. I feel much more comfortable here. Okay, so again, good evening for a third time. The first slide here, again, I'm not going to go through everything, but I think it's just important that the community, that we all are aware in the framing of our legal services. I call it AALRR, Anelson Ackelson. But what are we using them for? They're mainly funded through general fund for our main legal counsel. They're our day-to-day. They are helping with us in investigations. This report with the Sobel investigation, and this is something they typically do, they would subcontract an organization, which they did with the Sobel group, and then they invoice it accordingly within their invoices. I don't have the exact number, but you can assume that some of these costs, which they bill monthly, and we pay those bills monthly, are incorporated. And we're working on that. We can get more of that to you. But if you go down to Lozano Smith, they're the one that is mixed. So we're gonna have a bit of a split fund where we're using it for a lot of construction, general fund things, and of course special ed. And then Adams Silva, we're not using them too much, but due process, IDA, any issues with that. We would bring them in, and really I call them the high profile IEPs. We might bring them there, and then of course Hatch, which is again a special ed one, but you see there's more of a training component there where they may be helping. Going on. So one thing I heard in the public comment when we talked about the budget, I don't want to say this is the budget, but this is what was approved, right, of these firms. So this just gives you an idea of where we are with each firms as you guys approved on those dates, and where we are for the year. We tend, to bring legal, and again, this is practice. I'm talking about practice, not always specific to Burbank, but typically in the world of budget, we look at what we spent last year. We kind of gauge, do we have some high profile cases? And then we budget accordingly. So giving some cushion within these is always ideal, but that's where we are. And essentially we would create a PO, a purchase order in those amounts as well, and invoice accordingly against that purchase order. This one, okay, so just make sure I try to color code because there's a lot on here. Blue is simple. If it's blue, it's special ed. So it just keeps it really simple. You see there that Hatch, we paid $1,600 and we're not even close to reaching the amount of that PO. I'm not going to be able to tell you why on everything because I don't have all the details on every bit. The red, I just put it in general fund, so that's our ALR. And you know, to date, and again, as of January 22nd, and full disclosure too, I mean, there could have been a pending invoice. I pull it from the financials. There could be a pending invoice, but as of January 22nd, when I pulled this, we were at 351,000 total, and then you can see the monthly, and you know, as you go across, you know, that's where we're at. And then we get to the next one that's blue. That's SPED, and then we have Adams at SPED. So I can't hear Johnny in. In associates, we had 18,500, and then Adams, we had about 199,000. And some of these, you know, yeah. So then we go down to Lozano, and again, I put some of these on there because they're not a lot, you know, the blue is the SPED. But Lozano is the one that's general ed and SPED. And just to break that number down, you see the 295. I want to say, let me see here, 57,000 of that amount is SPED, and the rest would be general fund, about 238,000, I believe. So that gives you an idea. And of course, we've peaked up in January. You see the 109,000 on that line for Lozano. And then of course now the yellow are our settlements. And so that's one thing that you're going to hear me talk a little bit about. We may know 218. AB 218, which was a law that opened up the window. Districts across the state have had some really challenges with this. You know, I think the biggest one so far is Moreno Valley at 144 million. And I also heard, I know Palos Verdes this year had a 10 million. In my previous district, we were at 70 and we got it down. You know, anyway, it was tough. But many districts are having challenges finding the insurance. It was 1970, and I know, I don't know exact years on these, but you'll see the big circle there. Those were two payouts. You know, we pull those in our reporting system, you'll see Jane Doe. So you just know right away. So there is an anomaly in this year. We had $1 million in payments on two settlements that we just had to make. And $1 million is not bad for a district this size. You know, in the other piece of this too, AB 218 has caused other problems with, we have to pay back premiums from previous years. So these big checks come through, you might see, that are to self or to, you know, our hills, our insurance. So that does create a bit of a bump in this whole report.
I just wanted to clarify no one is, you're not saying $1 million isn't any money, but
yeah, exactly.
I have been reading article after article about districts that are bankrupt because of that law. Yeah. And so I think in the scheme of things, it's an insane amount of money, but I do think that we have managed to be kind of, I don't know what the word would be, lucky, to come out as unscathed because, I mean, that law just opened, thus far, opened the floodgates in such a monstrous way.
Comparatively, this is... Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so I just wanted to
And I
clarify.
don't believe, I don't believe these did not have insurance. So that these were coming out of our general fund.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
Yeah. So I just made sure I circled that one. And then of course we had some, the yellow other ones are SPED settlements. So just to make sure you understand that slide, I'm going to go to the next one. Okay, a lot of stuff going on here, but left, we're putting the dollars with the settlements. So you can see, and so I feel like when you have those one-offs, it was important for me to show the right side too, and taking without settlements. So just make sure, so the orange side is with the settlements, the green side is without the settlements. And as you go down to that grand total, for 25-26 with settlements, year to date, we're at 1.9. 24-25, that represents the entire year of 24-25. So we're at 748,000. And that's with the settlements we had last year as well. So keep that in mind. The difference is about 1.1. But if we even look at, those two big settlements, you have to always put that in a bit of context. On the right side, if we take the settlements out of both of those years, so, we're really at 925 without that $1 million settlement. And then, of course, if we took the settlements out of 24-25, we'd be at 689. So we're seeing about a 235,000 increase. However, remember, we're comparing till January 22nd of this year to an entire year the previous year, okay?
and again, you see the conclusion. I don't need to say it. So moving on. Really simple. In the world of budgeting, we put all these in what's called an object code, and we look at it. Our total budget for this object code is 2.1 million. Just to give you an idea, in total, as of January 22nd, we were 1.9. So I will say, I mean, I can't predict the future, especially when it comes to settlements and legal. I know with some of our settlements, and I'm so glad Rick is here because he'll check me if I'm wrong. But a lot of times we will pay, if we're doing any type of settlement to outside of the legal area, that would be paid through payroll. So it's not going to always be in a 5820 or in this area. So if we're doing a 1-year salary or paying someone out through payroll, that's not going to be a part of this settlement piece. So I want to be clear about that. Correct? Correct. Yes. So this gives you an idea of where we're at. Are we going to go over budget? Right now, I mean, most likely. Is this the most expensive thing that's happening to us right now? No. I mean, I'm just going to be like, we have other things we have to correct with the fiscal stabilization plan, and you'll hear that at second interim. It's a snapshot, and that's where we are. Questions?
Questions from my colleagues? Dr. Agakanian?
I actually don't have a question, just a comment regarding, because you talked about the legislation that was brought up by a former Senator Lorena Gonzalez regarding the no statute of limitation for lawsuits. I was just talking to some of my colleagues and friends and organizations out there. There is this general movement, and which you probably will hear in Five Star Coalition, to really address this because it is crippling a lot of districts. They're going bankrupt. We've brought this before some of our legislators, but not. What I'm seeing is just really combined, kind of a united front because she's not with, I don't know, secretary. I forgot her title, she's the labor person. But if the time comes, Madam President, also, I will connect you with some of these groups that are really actively out there voicing their opinion against this. It's not an organized coalition.
Sure. We talk about it every single month at Five Star. I know. When we had Assemblymember Nick Schultz a couple months ago, we had now I'm going to forget his name. Harabidian, Assemblymember Harabidian last month, talked to him about that as well. So I think our electeds are really aware, I think, at this point, of how much this is affecting us. In my conversations in CSBA during like Legislative Action Week, I think at one point I was on a call with someone from Los Angeles Unified, and their kind of average case was about $1 million. And I can tell you they have a lot more cases than we do. Doesn't make me feel any better that this money is not serving current students. It's a really tricky place to be in, right? And so I think we're trying to continue to figure out what we can do with the legislature to either figure out what a cap would look like or figure out what a trust fund might look like to find some relief here. But I would welcome any sort of connections because I think that we need to continue to advocate for that. While I'm talking, I have one question, which is just, so on the special educations, okay, actually two things. On the attorney agreements, it looks like we need some extended or some updated contracts because all of the contract terms end 1/22.
Oh, sorry. You know what? That was
That's
when
you pulled it?
I pulled the actual. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Great.
I appreciate that.
I was
Yeah.
that
No,
must, I hope that's a typo. Okay,
Yeah.
so those are
They're
all through the end
yes,
of the
correct. Sorry
fiscal.
about that.
Okay, great. I hadn't caught that the first time I saw it. So, and then our special education settlements, this is purely the legal portion of our special education settlements and not when we are contracting for services as part of the special education settlements. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Weisberg.
I'll flip what I was going to do because it follows up on special education. And this is maybe more of a Dr. Knappich question or something in tandem, but we have been talking at length in various different ways about trying to get a handle on a lot of the growing expenses in special education, whether that's agency hires or the uptick in settlements, and trying to get a clearer understanding as a board of why we're seeing this uptick, especially in settlements. And so I know at one point there was a document that had been created that I don't know if it's continued to be. I have not looked in the last 2 weeks, I think, 2 or 3 weeks. But I think we need to have like a very sort of honest conversation about what the trends are that we're seeing here and the ways that we can mitigate those. This isn't a question about cutting money to special education, but figuring out how we can better serve our students so we're not continuing to have to do settlements.
A proactive approach.
Yes.
To tackle the problems that we've been seeing, the patterns.
Yes.
So when we see problems with assessments, when we see problems with the
Exactly.
services,
Exactly.
et cetera, tackle it up front.
Yep.
And try to mitigate that so we don't end up that way. I believe that Jason was saying a bit ago that legal fees are down in special ed.
Right.
You know? Yeah, exactly. So.
But I do think, I think
we're doing better.
The piece of what you're saying there is the piece that I think we've yet to really be able to talk about, which is what are the patterns? I think we can identify some of them, but a lot of it has been, we think these are the patterns. And I want us to get to a place sooner rather than later where we can have an honest conversation about what we're seeing and how we can ameliorate those issues.
And we do it through training. We
Right.
do it through monitoring the IEPs. We do it through holding people accountable.
Right.
And having conversations about so where we at. And then once again, being proactive in foreseeing the potential problems and fixing them as soon as possible. And then you mentioned about agency staff.
Yeah.
We're in the process now of starting that reduction.
Right.
So it's a marathon, but we're on that pathway.
Yeah. And again, because, we're getting closer and closer to budget, the conversation I think needs to be had, which is the solution to increase salaries to make the positions more desirable, because we know we're paying double or triple for agency hires. So I think there's a lot of, and understandably so, I think there's been a lot of conversations around it, but we've got to get to a point where we can have a conversation about it, because it's a huge amount of money. I mean, I don't need to tell you that. I'm not telling you anything that you don't know. The other thing I wanted to ask is, if there is a way, so when people are looking at like the 2 settlements, right? Most people are not familiar with the legislation that has caused us to pay out about $1 million, right? Like I think people who are super read up on it, yes, and people in education, maybe. How do we better let people know? Is there a way to sort of, because I think education's a big part of it, right? Like how do we let people know that obviously there's systemic things, but these are 2 outliers, right? We hope. How do we better educate people about those 2? And I don't know the answer to that, but I want to look to the experts to say, like, what can we be doing? Is there something on our, I don't know, but like, that's an important thing to help our community understand, I think.
Ms. Kano.
No, I'm agreeing with you on that. And the tightrope we walk on is that not to vilify the victim who's claiming, but the flip side is to educate the public as to this is what's happening. The other thing, Dr. Knappich, is in terms of when we're talking about what we're paying out at times with special ed, if we had, more even, I don't know, maybe education for parents, because we've had, there's a few times we've paid out and we went, we would have paid that. They didn't have to go to a lawyer. And then the thing I think that's hard that people don't understand is we're always paying the lawyer's fees too.
Yeah.
So as a parent, I'm thinking you want what's best for your child. And just, I feel a lot of times for these parents that go through the whole, journey to try to get services for the child, thinking they need to go this legal route when we would definitely give that support, but they get pulled in by all these advertisements of,
And Dr. Knappich, you talked about systems and educating, and I think we also need to create a system where, as you said, not only informing parents, because let's be honest, you look at these cases and look at patterns. You see same lawyers same clients now, repeatedly every 2 years, 1 year, basically going to them and saying, hey, let's go back and review the identical cases, right? I mean, the law is a concern, of course, but at the same time, you know, it is important for also for our staff to understand and look at the patterns and not say, well, you know what, it's the same lawyer, same thing last year, let's just pay him out, right? And it's not fair. But it is important because I can tell you, I've heard people, literally his lawyers will go up to him and the analysis is like, well, you know, you already got a nice car now, a BMW, I can get you into a, right? Well, here are the rights you have. And what they're doing is basically taking the fees for themselves and then nickel and diming for lawyer fees, and it's costing us. And public doesn't know this. You know, they think, oh, it's just we're settling these. And it's unfortunate that sometimes, you know, we have to deal with these cases. But I think the more we also inform the public, because tonight you had people saying, well, you know, all these legal costs. Well, go look at these attorneys and look at the cases. Look at the patterns. It's the same clients sometimes, right? Year and after year, but also same issues. It's, to me, more the staff knows and sees the pattern, but more also we inform the public that, as you said, we can help you with some of these things. But again, these are the attorneys that someone used their terminology at one of the schools. They literally have a tent outside and they come to you after school and say, hey, you know, they have access to these files and some of these individuals with special needs and stuff. And
Can I just jump in for a quick second? Because I know we need to move on,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I do want us to be clear that we are differentiating between people who justifiably have claims
Yeah, yeah,
because we
yeah,
have not
yeah,
provided
yeah,
them
yeah,
with
yeah,
the services that
yeah,
they
yeah.
rightfully deserve, right? Like that is hugely important. And that's where the proactive approach that Dr. Knappich was talking about, which is we identify the places we need to get better and we get better at them because those kids deserve it. That's one conversation. The other conversation, I think, is how do we educate people on these larger settlements that are more anomalous than what we're doing? I don't want people to walk away from us thinking that we think everybody's scamming us. There are very valid concerns, and our number one job is to make sure that we get better so kids get the services that they need. And so
I appreciate that, and also look at those patterns. Thank you.
Can I just, outside of the special ed conversation, because I do think we need more data to be able to draw some of these conclusions, I want to talk a little bit more about the numbers that are from, like, us, our use of legal services, because the number that you shared, Dr. Hasty, about the amount that Lozano is split, we're only, what would you say, like 50K if it was special ed, and the other
About 238
238
is us, or general fund.
is us. And I want to clarify, because I this is where I was a little bit confused, because the lawyers that we are using to support our work as a board is Lozano Smith, right? But in that first slide 3, general education and public agency law was listed as AALRR. So that's where I was a little bit confused, because
Got it. I'd have to clarify. I mean,
Okay.
if you guys are using them, I mean, I could find out. But
because I think the reason it matters so much is because I think I want the next discussion is like to get tactical on, like, is there a way we can consolidate, save money, hire within, because again, these numbers that are jumping out at me that we're spending as a board, I'm like, how do we just hold ourselves more accountable to practices on, I don't know, whether or not there's something we can do about that.
Got it.
Because it's inevitable. We're going to need legal counsel, and we have to ride the wave of things. But considering the wave we've been on, I do think it's valid to consider, with this amount that's being spent, I mean, literally just in January, how much is that half the cost of someone being in-house? So my request for other items to the agenda was to hopefully have you grab some of those insights and options for us out of these numbers to say, what can we be doing about that? And is there any other call out from that data on like what we're spending as a board that you can share?
I mean, going back, both Lozano and ALR can provide those services. You know, they're a bit interchangeable, how you guys are utilizing them. But I would say at this point, a district going through a major investigation is going to have an increase.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
It just is what it is. Yeah.
and that's the facts. So how major is it? We'll get into it more, but right now, you know, that's through ALR. So they're obviously our most expensive one right now.
Yeah.
And that's it. I mean, if we took that away in these two lawsuits, I think we'd be in a different situation.
And I think that's kind of the general thing I'm looking for is like, is this year just
It's an anomaly.
hopefully the anomaly, right? But like in general, is what we're spending enough to merit doing some kind of change, looking for a better cost option? Because these like
all districts, all districts hit bumps in the road,
Yeah.
and they do have these anomalies, and I do believe that overall that's what this is.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you again for putting this together.
Yeah. I think just the next steps on this would be like, if there are recommendations, what are there? I know that Dr. Macias and I talked to folks from CSBA Legal Services when we were at CSBA that seemed to be very affordable. I don't know if it's worthwhile to think about something like moving to that sort of model where we're not using big law firms for some of this stuff. But I think that would be kind of what we'd want next, and maybe some more data, right? We like data. It's just who we are. So, 10E, report on 25-26 DEI goals. We will let Dr. Hasty leave the podium, and we will welcome Dr. Knappich, Dr. Harris, and Ms. Markison. And Dr. Anders.
I'd like to invite.
Oh, Dr. Anders is just the laptop.
I'd like to invite Dr. Harris and Ms. Markison to the podium to go and share about our DEI goals for 25-26.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, President Ponser-Kamkar, Vice President Weisberg, board members, district leadership, cherished colleagues, and like our few community members left. I appreciate you staying because it's nice to have some support when we get to the things that we're excited about and proud about and trying to help kids and our staff. So I want you to know that I'm very proud to be a part of our district's DEI team and have been working only in this position myself for about 6 months. So it's still new to me, but I have been very excited to see the work that our staff members, our teachers, our classified staff, our assistant principals and principals are willing to put into doing what's right for kids. And so we are going to be talking about some of our district's practices and how we are aligning them to our school sites, their goals, how they're measuring their goals at the sites, and what we'd like to see this looking like moving forward. Dr. Harris?
You want to flip for me? Sure. You just tell me when. Good evening. So just a few things about our practices overall at the district, what we've been doing for the last several years. We have a repository, which is a very extensive spreadsheet, where for the last few years, the schools have identified goals every year. And it's a process that happens starting in the beginning of the year, but the first part of that is really principals identifying who are going to be their DEI lead teams for the year. So they identify those goals, and on that sheet, which you see also attached to the presentation, but they identify goals, action items that they're going to have, how they're going to measure it, what the anticipated timeline will be, and the expected progress over it. So that's how they begin to work together. That process, I will say, usually starts before our first quarterly meeting of the year, and then when we come together in the district office, we refine those things. Would you like to add?
I did want to mention too that I've been speaking to a lot of teachers and staff members at the secondary level, and I know that we as a district haven't always had our clear expectations district-wide about DEI. I know since I've been in the district, this is my 4th year, we've had kind of 3 different iterations of what we wanted this program to look like. And while all had amazing elements that I felt were helpful to staff, and we got a lot of feedback about that, I have recently been getting a lot of comments that the staff is kind of hungry for the district to also come up with some overarching goals for everyone. I know one cool thing about this program that we've had with DEI is that it has allowed some flexibility for school sites to customize what they feel they need at their schools to support the DEI initiatives. But they're also really, again, kind of hungry for the district to give our input and to say, this is what we believe in, this is what we're working on as a community. And even, had some teachers mention to me that, like, look, some of these things that we made our goals from were because we've noticed kind of, like, we know there's a problem, but we haven't always been able to get the community or, people to address it straight on and even admit that we may have issues. So, again, they want more clarity. They want the opportunity to customize practices, but they also want the district to come up with some clear goals as well. And also about the DEI strategies that we've been using, we've had some great consultants too. We used to be able to meet monthly with our DEI leads, and that has been cut down to just a few times a year. So I know that we're working closely with the sites, and with secondary, I'm checking in on a regular basis, but, we've only had 2 meetings thus far this year that we will be working on, hopefully getting to do more of that in the future.
Would you like us to save questions to the end?
I would like you to say questions.
She would like me to save questions to the end, so guess what? That's what I'm gonna do.
Well, before we talk about elementary specifically, we're going to break up talking a little bit about elementary and secondary. As Ms. Markuson was saying, we recently had one of our meetings, and I'm really proud of the work that we've done together. I would like to say that I think this was the best meeting that we've held yet, and I'm gauging that by what people were comfortable sharing in the room. We had a mixed group of colleagues from the elementary through the secondary level who rarely interact with each other on a day-to-day basis, and the types of conversations and things that teachers were sharing about their instructional practices and how what we're doing has made them better in their practice was, to me, very powerful, because people don't share that way in a room of 50 people unless they feel comfortable with what we've built. So that being said, I'll speak a little bit to elementary. And so I have to stand on my toes a little bit up here. Need a step stool. Okay. No, what'd you say? Let me try. No, I still feel the need to. Okay. So here, thank you. Here are some of the themes across the elementary schools, and they really are aligned. And you see things listed there like the word belonging, a lot of things about safety, because safety and belonging are very tied to each other across all student groups. A lot of elementary schools are doing things around bias and hate language, and they're doing that in different ways. Some are doing it more specifically through professional development with the staff. We have specialists working with administrators and other teachers on their team to go into classrooms and give specific languages. So those are some of the examples of things that are happening. And also finding ways to celebrate belonging and share cultures across the school site. That might be through events that happen at the school site, but also you'll see in weekly newsletters and things that principals are sending out, they include some sort of message that celebrates that inclusivity and belonging piece. And so we know that it is very important for number 4 up here, to build the staff capacity if we want to see those practices in the classroom and spread to all of our students. Some very specific examples right here. Edison has been doing it's actually a series of 3-part lessons where their DEI team has been roving around to classrooms to go push in and deliver those lessons to the kids. The principal is a very active part of that, which I think is particularly powerful to the students, and they have differentiated those lessons by grade level. At Providencia, because of needs that they've seen within their school community, they're focusing on disability awareness, just as one example, through a door decorating contest. Now, a door decorating contest is not the solution to all issues, but it is a visible symbol that speaks to your community about what is important to you. So when we analyze what's going on in elementary, we see that they're really emphasizing school safety and that there's coherence emphasizing student voice, family partnerships, and celebrating belonging overall. One more thing back to the goals. So it's not on the slide, but I did want to say one of the common themes that I'm seeing when I hear the DEI teams talk at the elementary level is that they're rejecting exclusionary language and also things that are hateful and harmful. And this is something that's true across a wide variety of groups. We talk about the use of the N-word in the district a lot. We have policy related to it because we've seen it to be a big problem in this district. But we have other groups too, and we see schools acknowledging that and finding ways to talk to kids about those topics. So some of the actions that are tied to these goals include, as we already mentioned, professional development. A lot of times that professional development is around restorative practices. And some people might say, why restorative practices? But when we look statistically at what happens with a lot of our marginalized groups in schools, those restorative practices are essential for, again, maintaining and promoting that sense of belonging within the school environment. We're also seeing classroom activities and lessons in different ways, as we just mentioned, community engagement. And also, if you go around to our elementary schools right now, which I know a lot of you do on a regular basis, you will see a lot of visuals across the campuses. I was at Miller today, and they have, for Black History Month, they have symbols of prominent leaders from a wide variety of areas, which I find particularly powerful, posted all over the school for everyone to see. So again, are things like that the end-all be-all? No. But do they send a message? Absolutely. And then at Washington, a bigger project is based on a book called The Best Part of Me. And again, that's celebrating that belonging piece and kids being able to celebrate, well, first of all, identify and celebrate their unique selves through art and writing. So one current focus of ours is really seizing opportunities to share practices during the different times we get together. Not only those DEI lead meetings, but when we get together with our principals in elementary, secondary, and all principals together. Also, at our meeting recently, there was a request to kind of revitalize our shared Google Drive because schools know that everybody's doing amazing things. So why can't we share those ideas together and spread them across to our school sites? And one highlight that I would like to share from the actions, and I know this is true at secondary as well, is the collaboration that's happening. It's not just one area of the staff. It's principals and assistant principals working together with teachers, working together with our DEI lead teams, with our classified staff, and also with our PTA DEI committees, because we've had a lot of active communication with PTA as well this year. Okay. So one takeaway from the actions at elementary, and I'm sure Ms. Markison will say similar things for secondary, is that the highest impact happens when you see that PD aligned to practices all across the school, including instruction and including the way we're working with our families. Next slide, please. So metrics are happening in different ways. Schools are measuring their goals, but it tends to look a little bit different depending on what that goal might be. If you're focusing on sense of belonging, or for example, what's happening with marginalized students at your school site, you might be looking at discipline data and who's being referred to your office, which we can easily track. Other schools are using different types of surveys that they send out to their students to measure things at different part of the year, or perhaps with their communities. And it also may be a matter of measuring via artifacts like agendas. Was something talked about in a particular meeting? Was it included in a lesson in a classroom? Because principals can also see through a lot of things through their observations. So our current focus is that we do recognize that there's a need to norm ourselves around these practices and look at how are we collecting data across the school sites and how can we develop tools that allow us to compare.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Coming back to secondary, we had a lot of common secondary themes as well, and you will see that the secondary schools right now really have different focuses, but they're very common. Student voice and leadership is a big push on our campuses because we want the students as much as possible to help drive the needs and for us to address and how they would like those needs to be addressed. So the Burbank High School has their intercultural council, and Burroughs has a student DEI group as well. And they are doing kind of a buffet of things right now, but one thing they're doing is they're celebrating cultures, planning activities to celebrate. At lunchtime, I know at Burbank High School, whatever the monthly theme is, like for example, we have coming up, Black History Month, that they are planning some activities to honor famous Black Americans at lunchtime, and they have some contests and just trying to get kids engaged in the learning process. And Burroughs is doing a very similar thing with their DEI group, looking at needs, trying to help the teachers understand what they want from them and how they can deliver it in a very equitable way across campuses. They're also looking at inclusive and equitable coursework practices like equitable grading, professional development. It says at Luther and Burroughs, but it's really going on at all of our campuses. I even had the privilege of the last couple of days of being part of the California Ed practices. And they're kind of at the point now where there's a core group of them who are very excited to put this into practice with the hopes that we're going to start having more conversations and pulling more and more teachers into equitable grading. It's been exciting to hear those conversations, and I know they've said there's still some resistance because grading is kind of one of those areas especially with teachers, kind of how you have been graded when you were a student is oftentimes how we look to grade students themselves. And we also talked a lot about how grading means something entirely different at the high school level than it does at the middle school level, because middle school, it's a little bit of a softer place to land. Whereas with high school, it gets very competitive, and kids are looking to get into competitive colleges and get scholarships that depend on those grades. So those conversations are happening, and I'm very excited to see where they land. We've also worked on reduction of hate speech. Again, this is one of the big ones that I heard from all of our secondary schools, that they're hearing hate speech, especially in the hallways. And I'll get a little bit more into that later about some of the things that our students said about that and what they wanted from our teachers. And then also belonging and inclusion in our advisory programs, especially at the middle school level, have been themes. And one example of something that we use in our district, if you're not familiar with EverFi, these are lessons that students usually, honestly, they're assigned to do them as part of if they violate the hate speech policy or they violate any kind of ed code as far as bullying, hate speech. But it is something that I think a lot of our teachers have mentioned would be good to expose all kids to, and not just as a punishment, because as a punishment, it's kind of sad that they have to wait to make that mistake before we're even having those conversations. So we're talking about that and how we can incorporate more of that into all of the department areas and into our common lessons. So again, the secondary schools are showing strong alignment with the district-wide efforts on hate language, and they want to include those practices and embed them into classes and extracurricular participation. But they're also, like I mentioned before, they're really looking to the district to give us some more guidelines as well on what they expect for as in regards to hate speech and acts of bullying. You may wonder why the schools have chosen these goals, and number one is a big thing that parents, students, and staff, they want us to acknowledge that there's a problem with hate speech. Over and over again, I think I've heard a lot of people say, we have a problem on our campuses, but we're just kind of sweeping it under the rug because, Burbank schools are great and we've got all these wonderful things that are going for them. And sometimes it's kind of embarrassing to admit that we've got problems like this, but we do. And our partners are all ready and eager to address those. The student feedback was very interesting, and I think honestly one of the most important components here. We gave surveys to students, and we saw commonly over and over again students saying that it really bothered them when they would hear hate speech and a teacher or staff member wasn't addressing it. And when we started to ask staff members why they might not be addressing it, they said, well, we're not trained to address it, or it's really uncomfortable and we don't know how. Can you help us? And so some of the schools have actually been working to do that. And I know Burbank High, for example, made a presentation to teachers and a PD, and they made posters that they're hanging up in all the classrooms about how to address hate speech, and did role playing of, if you hear someone say this, how can you address it? And not that you have to step in and, break up a fight or anything. I mean, we like to see that if it happens, but what can you do with these small microaggressions to address what's going on when you hear it? And again, professional development cycles, again, about microaggressions, grading equity, and restorative responses, really at all of our schools, not just Burbank High, Huerta, and Luther. I also wanted to mention that our Burbank High School kids have a senior to freshman mentoring program that they have started recently, and reports from teachers say that they feel it's going really well, that the kids are forming some bonds with upperclassmen who are then in turn showing them kind of the ropes of the school, helping them choose classes, helping them know where to go get help. So that has been kind of a cool process to see in the works. And our middle schools are doing a lot of kindness and hate speech pledges, saying, if you would like to sign the pledge, you're agreeing that you're not going to use hate speech at school. Again, secondary students are responding strongly to these peer-led initiatives, and schools are going to be starting to share lesson banks with each other as well. I wanted to mention, too, that we've had a conversation with our DEI leads recently about getting them more involved in having conversations about hate speech and just difficult conversations in the classroom in general. There's a little bit of a consensus with, when the district removed some of our core novels a few years ago, such as like To Kill a Mockingbird or Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry. There's been some interest in trying to revisit bringing some of those things back. And while our teachers understand the rationale and they don't want kids to be forced to be exposed to hate words and hate speech and racial epithets in these books, some of them feel too that maybe because we've taken those things away, we've also shied away from some of the difficult conversations that go along with things like those books had the N-word in it. And so it's almost a fear that, hey, we can't even bring it up now. And they feel that maybe that is contributing to an issue of hearing it more often on campus. Don't know, we don't really have any data to prove that's the case, but I think they want to be able to have these conversations. And our DEI leads have volunteered to help, especially if we do bring some of these books back into the classrooms, coming up with some common lessons and even co-teaching those lessons with teachers if they're willing to make sure that some of that conversation is happening and that it's done in a sensitive, thoughtful way. And they're also excited about helping with getting some of our core novels a little more up to date, a little more contemporary, a little more diverse. Not to say that there's not a place for classics in our curriculum, but many of them want to look at the literature that we have, the classics, and maybe find a contemporary companion piece that would go along with it, whether it's another novel or a play or a graphic novel, a short story, nonfiction. They're very eager to help with that as well. So those are just some of the things that our DEI leads have taken on based on what we're hearing from the sites on what they need. All right, so again, I kind of went through some of these, but again, advisory lessons focused on hate speech, bias, identity, and belonging, leadership expansion, and then professional development, which is happening at our schools. Again, mentioned the mentoring program and kindness, and the secondary students are responding strongly to peer-led initiatives. Secondary measures. This is tough too, because as I'm sure you noticed, it's a lot of surveys. And surveys can be great, but unless you really have a big sample to work with, and sometimes we do have trouble getting teachers and students to answer those surveys, they can sometimes not be very useful. So we are also trying to look at discipline data related to hate speech. For example, if a student is suspended because of a hate incident or hate speech, we're looking at that and trying to see if those incidences are declining as we're providing more professional development to teachers on how to address those things. We're also student perception surveys. We're trying to give those each semester to check in, how do you feel like things are going? And Burroughs is tracking the use of strategies learned in professional development on hate speech response. All right, our key takeaways.
Oh, you stay with me.
I will. I'm just going to get a drink of water.
So all the schools are doing great things, but one other example I know Ms. Markison and I wanted to highlight is, was it last week when Muir had its virtual assembly? It was the same day as our DEI meeting. So they had a virtual assembly where the classes were logged in. I'm not even entirely sure how they set the whole thing up. And different staff members were talking from their perspective. I think they had at least 3 staff members talking about their personal experiences with hate speech in their life. So can you imagine the power of the kids seeing their teachers talking about experiences that had had a profound impact on their own life? So these are the kinds of creative ways that teachers are finding to show students how powerful hate speech and anti-hate speech can be. So finally, some of our key takeaways. As you can see, belonging is definitely something that goes strongly through all the practices at both elementary and secondary, and professional learning that's happening in a lot of different ways. And we're getting better at being more aligned and being coherent in what we are doing, but there are definitely opportunities to strengthen our practices and the way we're measuring this across school sites. So we're maturing, we have some work to do, and metrics are aligned, but we want our practices to be consistently aligned and measured and reflective of district interests and what school sites want to implement at their level.
Mm-hmm.
come on over.
One more time, I just want to say to you, again, we're really proud of the work that the staff members are putting into this. It takes a lot of courage, and especially to admit when you might not know something, or when you're struggling, or you see a problem and you don't exactly know how to fix it. And that's why I've been so impressed by our DEI leads, because like Dr. Harris said, those conversations that have been happening in the meetings, they're magical. They really are. I mean, people are opening up. They're sharing stories of things that they've experienced. They're making what seems like a general problem overall very personal, and sharing their whys of why this is so important for us to really kind of buckle down on it and come up with what we want to be seen as a district in the way we handle it.
So that concludes our presentation, and we really just want to thank you for listening to us today and for your continued partnership and collaboration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Weisberg.
Yay.
Yay.
So one of the things that you brought up, it was talking about how we have pretty clear district policies in place for certain things, and we don't in other places. So I think something that would be super helpful for us as a board to know is that kind of feedback. So if there are policy gaps that we need to be addressing, that's unbelievably helpful to know. So, and I'm not saying like right now in this second, but something that, whether it's at the end of the year when there's a more sort of cumulative report out, but I think that kind of information, which is what is missing. So, talking about district level policy setting, which, would be at the capable hands of the two of you, right? Like that's a great piece of information to get back. I don't think it negates people having, that customizable practice option that they want, but as long as we're getting to the same place together, how we get there, I think really needs to be up to the experts in that space, in that school site. So I think the more that we can hear where things can improve, that gives us actionable things to move on. And if there are things that just flat out aren't working, that's also really important to hear, right? Because obviously this is something that I am super invested in, but I need to know if it's not working. So thing one would be, let us know if there are policy gaps, if there are, things that people need that they're not getting, and suggestions for how we can get there. You raised the point, the goal of removing those books was never for those books to be removed permanently, right? Like the goal was to take a step back, recognize that we needed to provide our teachers with more support because, to both of your points, it's not an innate skill to be able to navigate having difficult conversations. You have to learn how to do it, and it's scary. Even when you know how to do it, it's scary. So I know Dr. Anders has also been part of a really robust conversation around this. I think it is a hugely important thing to be bringing back into the conversation. Do all of those books need to come back? I don't think so. But we shouldn't be shying away from having uncomfortable conversations. We need to be wary of having unsafe conversations. And I think that's what we were having a couple of years ago. So I'm glad to hear that as well. So I think as a board, getting that feedback, however regularly you think, and it doesn't need to be in a report form necessarily, but the more that we can consistently hear that, I think that helps from a budgetary perspective because we can think about where we need to put money. And I think it helps us just with a larger, an overview of what, as a board, do we need to be doing? What policies are missing? What practices are missing? So that was really helpful to hear. The one thing I would love to know, and not now, but future is, I know some sites have 2 site leads and some sites have 1. It'd be helpful to know, and maybe this is something they've asked for, do we have a codified practice in place for when they're selected? Because I know sometimes it's the principal will sort of tap somebody, other times it's somebody sort of throwing their hat in the ring. Knowing how that process works and making sure that we have those people in place at the beginning of the year so that they can do whatever onboarding they need to do, and that they'll be able to give us at the end of the year that sort of here are the metrics. Here are how things have gone. Here's where we need to keep improving.
I think we need to revisit that.
Yeah.
Because it's gotten a little murky.
Indeed.
And I know that at some schools it was like they asked for volunteers and, oh, we need 2 people. And literally 2 people came forward.
Right.
So it was like, okay, it's you.
Right.
But I think now that people are hearing more about it and the work that they're doing, I do think there are more people that may be interested. So not to say that it has to be put term limits on the DEI coordinators or DEI leads, but figuring out what that process is, because I know, at least when I was principal, we voted on them. Mm-hmm. So we had, people that said they were interested, but if we only had 2 and we needed only 2, we still voted.
And so maybe there needs to be something, and again, I hesitate to say this because I know how different our school sites are, but at least like by this date you will have. Mm-hmm. Maybe not every school site is going to do the voting, but I've definitely heard feedback that, they're choosing their DEI leads now, right? And that's not good for anybody involved. And I trust both of you to sort of create some guidelines. Mm-hmm. So I think it would be helpful maybe at the end of the year, not just for the feedback from our DEI leads, but from you to say, here are like the big things that we think need to happen moving forward so that we can better support you and also just be aware. But I think that those practices are a big part of it. Yeah. And just kind of know, for us to know who's at each site. And, if the contract currently says that they're doing monthly meetings, right? And if we're not able to do that, that's fine. I just want to make sure that what we're doing and what we're saying we're doing are the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But I commend you both and really am obviously deeply invested in this and super excited to hear more about what kind of impact these programs and activities and trainings and PDs are making on our school sites.
Yeah, I think in general, and this is not specific to you all, but I think generally speaking, staff have heard the request for kind of more actionable either recommendations or next steps from some of this, or like what you need from us to move forward, right? And so that's really helpful when we can get that, or kind of what you see as your next steps on this. The time is now 10:33, so I'm going to need a motion from a board member to extend our meeting, and you need to provide a length of time you would like to extend it, and we can only extend it once. Looking at the number of new business items that we have on here, I would recommend an extension of at least an hour. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. All those
Sorry,
in favor?
I talked too much.
Girl, it is not you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we are extending to 11:33. Thank you. Any other questions for our colleagues here? Ms. Cano.
One question, just, it's not my original question, but what Dr. Weisberg said in terms of the coming together, those things, even in terms of developing lessons for some certain literature we want to bring in, even in terms of that idea of the people, the schools are wanting the district, could the leads ever work together to do something like that?
That's kind of what we're hoping for. Yeah. I didn't mention this previously, but they've even mentioned like that they would love to be part of the selection process of the books that we do for our monthly resolutions, along with the library coordinators. Yeah. So, it's definitely one of the issues that has come up though, is we're asking more of them. And a lot of this has to happen either in a pullout day or has to happen after school. And so, I don't blame them. They're eager to know, like, are we going to get paid for this? So, because it is it's important to us. And we are asking them to put in time beyond the school day. Mm-hmm.
We're voting on the stipend for this year.
Yeah.
But we can discuss, if that's the recommendation, hang on, if that's the recommendation from this group, they could bring forward a recommendation for additional stipends for that kind of work.
Exactly the kind of feedback.
I think that would be really helpful because especially if we're able to get some overarching, like some people have said, just give us 3 goals for the district for DEI, and then we'll work within that framework. I think they would be eager to help create some of that framework too.
My other 2 questions were, does ILI fit into this at all when we're talking about
Your
belonging
mic's
in-
not on.
Oh. ILA, when we're talking about inclusion and belonging,
Yes, they have representatives at our DEI meetings.
Okay. And then actually Burbank Adult School.
Mm-hmm.
We do? Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Olson.
I just wanted to share, like, in an echo to your saying that the schools are craving some guidance from the district. I also am feeling that need as this is happening, but I just have to say how rare that is. Like, in my previous line of work, it was always just like helping districts come up with a strategy and pushing it down. This is organic, creative glory. Like, and even as you're saying, like, I'm walking into the schools and I'm seeing it manifest, and it's remarkable. But I do think if I may, I can see a clear area for some leadership would be refining like goals versus strategies, action items, and like what is immeasurable in a timeline. Like even just kind of breaking apart my one at Roosevelt, I was like, their goals are actually strategies to support what seems to be the goal at the theme of the district, which is belonging, right? And so it's just like creating more structure for them to have these be a little bit more tangible.
Right.
I think those metrics, a lot would fall into place. And I don't think you have to create much because it's really just already happening. And the narrative that you provided alongside of it, it was really just so great. I just would be very excited to see more consistency in these different things, because even like in timeline, some of them are writing a paragraph, some of it's like one date. But like if you do have an expectation that you're meeting quarterly or once a month, it would be important to like echo that consistently. But I mean, you said it yourself. Like I think you know what the next step is on that, and yeah, I think we're just excited to see it. But thank you.
Yeah.
This was really great.
I did want to say too, our sites meet monthly on a regular basis. It's just that as the whole group, we don't have as much time together, but I think we could really use it because it's important.
Wait, is EverFi still free?
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah. Yes. Dr. Anderson says yes.
All right, great. Well, thank you so much for the
Thank you
report.
so
Really
much.
appreciate it. Okay, 11, public hearing of the district's initial proposal for bargaining 25-26 amendment to the current collective bargaining agreement with the Burbank Teachers Association. The Board of Education will now hold a public hearing to allow the public an opportunity to comment regarding the district's initial proposal for bargaining 25-26 amendment to the current collective bargaining agreement with the Burbank Teachers Association, BTA, as presented. Mr. Schlossman. I guess I'm like opening, and then Mr. Schlossman.
I know I'm supposed to stay on topic, and I was falling asleep back there, but that was really a good report. That was really motivating. Is this the time and place for me to talk about teacher salary?
Yes.
All right.
And I appreciate that.
Well, you straightened me out last time. I want you to educate the populace and me about how teacher pay works. And I've asked for this type of report before, and I've just ignored. At the end, I get Miss Weisberg will talk down to me and say things about her phenomenal employees, which not everybody is phenomenal. But it's important to talk about how teachers are paid. And if you say to somebody, oh, well, let's just say $100,000 a year. It's not accurate to say that they're getting $100,000 if that's what they're hired at, because there's many more factors that come into play. The pension, stipends, longevity. There's all kinds of things that affect the teacher's pay. And that's part of the equation that we should be talking about. It's part of the education. I know from my limited study of this topic, there's 3 ways that teachers can get paid, get more money. Breathe, come to work. It's built into your contracts that you get a pay raise. And you don't talk about that. You don't talk about Education, the more education you have, the more you get paid. That's why we have so many doctors. And we don't talk about stipends. Nobody should work for free. Nobody. But when teachers take on more work, like summer school, coaching, DEI, leads, these things come into play too. So it becomes part of the equation of teacher pay. And there's a little website called Transparent California. And it talks about the pay of public employees, public servants. And we had a speaker earlier say, I haven't got a raise in 3 years. Well, that's not entirely true. You have to break that down. And I've tracked that particular person's pay on Transparent California. When I first looked, it was like, let's say $86,000. And then I looked again a few years later, it was like $120,000. So things happen. Now this person could have got transferred jobs, or there's other factors involved that I don't know about. But it's not the total compensation of what an employee is getting. I learned that the hard way when I asked how much was somebody's pay. But I didn't ask the question. The question is, how much is the total compensation? And you'll get a different answer. So I know it's late, and I'll give you the extra minute back, but it would be good if you would educate us, take a fictitious employee, and talk about how they get paid, because there's a lot of benefits to being a teacher. I didn't talk about, taking my minute back, I didn't talk about how much time a teacher gets off. For every 2 days a teacher works, they get 1 day off. And I counted the days. I counted the vacation days and the holidays and so forth. And there's tremendous benefits to being a teacher. That's only one of the benefits. The pension program is another fantastic benefit. So those things are never talked about. And I understand why you don't want to talk about it, because, this is my opinion now, you want endorsements from the union when you go for re-election. And Ms. Cano, real quick, I don't give a shit how many, I know, I don't give a shit how many people talk to you about the way I speak. Yeah, I'm here, this is sacred ground.
Thank you, Mr. Schlossman.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on to new and unfinished business. I'm going to ask the permission of my colleagues to move 12T to the top so that we can get to our audit and let our auditor. Oh, close the hearing first. Boop. And now we're going to go to 12T. So, Dr. Hasty, can you introduce our colleague?
Let me make sure. Oh my gosh, wait 1 second. Taylor Ulrich will be presenting the financial audit and also Measure S and Measure ABC financial audit. Just to let you know, Measure ABC bond performance audit was presented to the SFOC last night as well. Yes, and I think we have some decent news, so go at it.
Okay. Good evening, board members and district administrators. It's my pleasure to be here to present the results of the 2024-25 audit. I do like to point out that this process is a very time-consuming, hundreds of hours on our part, probably more on your district's part, as they're gathering a lot of our requests and information. And I also like to point out, too, that it's not just the business office, although they probably carry the heaviest burden, but we also do a lot of compliance work that requires us to reach out to Ed Services and other departments, as well as the school sites specifically, as we go and test attendance and other things there as well. So it really is a full district audit and impacting a lot of different individuals. So I'm going to start with the overall district audit. That's the 115-page report. It is your report. It's your financial data and notes. And our part is really 4 independent auditor reports in there. And so I'm going to touch on those. The first one is the main one, the primary one, which can be found on page 1. It's where we give an opinion over the financial statements as a whole and on the notes to the financials. And happy to report that we were giving an unmodified opinion there. That's the highest opinion we can give. We call it a clean opinion, and it basically means that the financial statements and notes that follow are fairly stated and in line with proper accounting principles. Before I jump on to the other remaining independent auditors report, I do want to just point out on page 89 is a nice page, which is where the state requires us to include, which shows that we have to report any differences in this audit report that we're presenting to you and what was presented back in September with the unaudited actuals. The only 2 items there are what we call post-closing entries. It's just data was not readily available at the time. Very common areas. One is related to getting the lease standard up to date, and the other was getting the ASB activity onto the books. There were not errors or audit adjustments of any kind. It was just they were not ready as of the September date. And they both increased those fund balances, actually. And then moving on to the second independent auditor's report, starting on page 97, we call this is a required, because you're a governmental agency, we're also required to give an opinion on the internal controls over the financial statements and report on if there's any material weaknesses in that process or any material weaknesses in non-compliance that we come across or that we may come across. Happy to report that we did not have any material weaknesses in the internal control over the financial reporting or on any material non-compliance to disclose to you. So another good opinion there. Page 99 is the third report that we give. This is because you received a significant amount of federal funding. The federal government requires us to do what's called a single audit. It's very detailed and structured in how we have to audit, and we have to select, and even how we select the programs to test. This year we tested special ed was the one, and happy to report that our opinion there is as well. There was no reportable non-compliance or material weaknesses in the controls over the compliance there. So another good opinion for that. And then lastly, I like to say the state of California doesn't want to be outdone. They have their report too. You can actually see that's starting on page 102, and I think it's page 104, I believe, that shows the 30 plus programs that they have us look at. It's always growing. And we were able to give another good opinion there. There were no material non-compliance to report or any material weaknesses in the internal control structure. Starting on page 108 is where we do show because I will get to that, the findings and question costs that we may come across. There were none related to the financial statements or federal, as you can imagine, based on the report. The state compliance, there was one reportable item. We didn't make us modify our opinion because it wasn't significant enough, but there was one related to the home to school transportation, and it had to do with a miscoding of transportation expenditures. There wasn't an appropriate transportation cost, it just shouldn't have been coded to that specific project. So, okay, and that's the district audit. And in addition to that, we also we're also engaged to report on the Measure S and Measure ABC financial and performance audit. I'll touch on those real briefly. This is now, we're looking specifically just at the financial statements for just Measure S and for Measure ABC. They're going to have similar results, so I'll say that both of them we were able to give a modified opinion, a clean opinion, that the financial statements and notes in both those reports were fairly stated and in line with proper accounting principles. There were no material weaknesses in the reporting over those Measure S or Measure ABC funds. And then lastly, the performance audit piece for both of them. That's where we really dig into doing a lot of the bulk work, which is we're requesting invoices, purchase orders, bid documents at times, really diving in, looking at the backup support to make sure that the expenditures are in line with what the voters approved when they passed Measure S or Measure ABC, and looking and comparing that to the voter-approved projects and making sure that they are in compliance there. And we were happy to report that we did not have any non-compliance with that. So everything that we reviewed and looked at fell under what the voters approved back with those bond measures. And then just lastly, we do also disclose a letter to you where we have to report if there's any disagreements or difficulties or concerns that we have, and we didn't have anything to report with that as well. So very, very clean reports in front of you and information. And at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions from my colleagues on our audit? I have kind of a weird one, which is on page 95, we have a listing of the board, and it has the current board leadership listed, but then it also has a former board member listed and not our current board member. So I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be board membership in June, and then it
yeah.
should have Dr. Agakanian as board president, or what?
So the audit's for 24-25.
But then shouldn't
Yeah,
it say Dr.
It
Agakanian?
probably should. That could have been, yeah. But we did have the right names, but we should have the right titles.
Okay, so we have the right names, but not the right titles.
Correct.
So then, does that need to be changed or no? I don't know. You tell me.
I mean,
It's your call. It probably won't get rejected from the state, who
Yeah.
has to approve the audit reports, but if you want it to be accurate, we can make that revision. Because, yeah, it should be who the positions, terms, and everything were
Okay.
as of June 30th, 2025.
I would love to, can we approve it as amended?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay, got it. So,
we can approve it as amended. They're going to accept it as a.
yeah,
They just
I
changed
think that's the only
You're like,
change
you
that
do
I
you.
saw. I really appreciate the detail here, and I think especially the kind of cover letters that were addressed to Mr. Nguyen, kind of about like, this is explaining the full audit that we're at the end. Dr. Weisberg.
I think this is a Dr. Hasty question, which is, can we, with you working with Dr. Macias, can we put something together that shares the findings of this in a way that's just like a quick, an executive summary of this beautiful.
Like a bit of a press release type thing, or
Yeah, because people, I think it's important to share this information.
Yes.
Hey, there he is, most important.
yes, we can.
I really appreciate it. I think it's just it's nice to share both good news and challenging news, and this is good news. So why wouldn't we want to share it?
Agreed.
And then maybe this is a question for Dr. Hasty as well, which is, we have 12H, which is the acceptance of the audit, and then this was just 12T, which was the report on
Correct.
the audit.
And
So-
I just realized that they're kind of out of order. So it should be the report first and then the acceptance.
That's okay. I sent it to Dr. Macias at like 3:00 this afternoon. That was when I noticed it, so no worries. So are we okay then if we're on 12T to just go ahead with approval of the audit? Can I get a motion to approve the audit as amended to change the board positions?
So moved.
I got a moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And so then we will skip 12H when we get there as well, because I think you are done for the evening, my friend.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All
so
right.
much.
Thank you.
We really appreciate you. Yes, and we really appreciate our fiscal services team, who I know going through audit every year is a tremendous amount of work.
Yep.
And takes a lot of partnership with our auditing firm. So thank you so much. All right, so let us move back up to the top to 12A, adoption of resolution number 19 concerning the funding of child development programs for fiscal year 26-27. Dr. Knapik.
This is a resolution, kind of like an agreement with CDE for funding for next school year for school-age children programs.
Okay. Can I get a motion and a second? Then we'll do a discussion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Board Member Olson. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12B, adoption of Resolution 20 concerning funding of childcare programs for the fiscal year 26-27. Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Clerk Kano. Any discussion on this item?
This is a resolution, kind of like an agreement with CDE for funding for the state preschool program at Washington.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Knapik. All right. Any other discussion from my colleagues?
Nope.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, 12C, ratification of agreement with California Financial Services for key analytics to provide Measure ABC and other related capital facility fund ongoing project tracking.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
All right, moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Cano. Any discussion?
I asked all my questions before.
I did notice, Dr. Hasty, that you're the signatory on this. I mean,
Yes.
Are you allowed to sign this?
No, we'll
Okay.
change that, yeah.
Got it. So that will change.
Yes, we'll change it.
Okay, got it. So do we need to amend
amended?
this? Does this need to be
Yes.
as amended with
Yes.
will Dr. Macias then be signing this?
Yes.
Okay. So
or
can you
he's,
amend,
Dr.
or
Knapp.
Dr. Knappich?
Yeah, I amend, I amend, should I withdraw first or just?
So can I get a motion to approve the contract as amended with
But I have
with
to
an
withdraw
approved?
my-
Yeah,
but I
sure.
have to okay,
Withdraw
I
your.
withdraw my amend, I withdraw my
motion.
motion and then make a motion to approve this with amendment that Dr. Macias signs.
Okay. And can I get another second?
Second.
Thank you. The motion was made by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Cano. Any other discussion on this item? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, this one's maybe spicy, though. 12D, adoption of proposed 26-27 instructional calendar. Dr. Knappich, is this going to you?
This is the 26-27 instructional calendar with the start of the school year beginning on August 13th, ending on May 27th. One adjustment was made to this, and that had to do with notification that schools are closed the day before Thanksgiving. However, the district office is open the day before Thanksgiving. So that's kind of like on the amendment part of the calendar.
So schools are closed, meaning including instructional staff at all school staff, right?
Yes.
Okay. But district staff is still expected to be at work
Unless they take off, yes.
Unless they take off.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Sorry, now I'm all discombobulated because we move things around. Okay, can I first just get a motion and a second on this?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Discussion on this from my colleagues. Dr. Weisberg.
So one of the things that I know that a survey went out, but I'm very stuck on making sure before we approve an instructional calendar that we can ensure that our families have availability to childcare due to a midweek start. So I'm hesitant to approve until we know that that is possible. The other thing I noticed, and I completely could have missed it because my eyeballs, but on the list of like religious holidays that are on here,
Yeah.
I don't see Ramadan, but I could be lying.
It's on February.
Oh, I just saw it. I just saw it. JK. Sorry.
Your eyeballs are lying to
Okay,
you.
do you want to table this till? we
Well,
find
no,
out?
I want Dr. Knappich to respond because he's going to respond.
So I've had conversations with Shanna Warren with Boys and Girls Club,
Mhm.
and they will pick up the child care on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of pre-service week. And that'll be paid for through ELOP funds. We have a survey that's in a draft form. It's ready to go out to it and gather the names of families with their contact information. And so we have that all in the works to provide that.
I guess I just have a little, so that's great. I just have a little bit of hesitancy because based on what we get back from the parents, can we guarantee that we'll have something of it, like we'll have, because I don't know how much space Boys and Girls Club has.
We will use space at schools also. So let's say we use the 2 bungalows at Hart. We'll use the log cabin at Roosevelt. We'll use, the 2 childcare classrooms over at Emerson, plus the main campus over at the YMCA.
So we'll,
the Boys and Girls Club.
we'll be able to accommodate not just smally smalls, but slightly
TK
larger children.
through 6th grade.
Okay.
ELOP funded.
I think as long as we can, I mean, I have other sort of larger issues, but if we can with certainty say this will be an option for you, that's my biggest concern here.
And Shanna was telling me that because of their pool of employees from across all of their programs, their LA Unified programs are not going to be open yet either.
Right.
So they have a whole
Okay.
pool of staff.
Even though LA Unified is also starting midweek?
Yep.
Okay.
Not a problem.
Thank you, Dr. Knappich. I
Ms.
know that's a
Cano.
lot of work.
Oh, sorry.
Nope.
So when will Around the Bell start then? The next week?
Yes.
Okay, so that, could we use
the
that?
first day of
First
school.
day of school.
Oh, I mean, that day.
The
I mean, Thursday.
13th of August, if that's what's.
So those other days, so if I'm thinking right now, like at Stevenson, if we run out of space, could we use the third bungalow that Around the Bell uses?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Yep.
I have other questions, but I want to stay on this theme. Is that going to be our option for staff childcare as well?
Staff have priority.
Staff have priority. Okay. Other discussion on the calendar in general? Okay. I feel like I'm a broken record on this. Have we coordinated with the city at all on camps also?
For summer programs?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay. Just because the midweek start, I love that we're providing childcare. If we can make that happen, I think that's great. I think it's, generally speaking, if we're not able to do that for all, 6,000 kids in K through 6, it's really hard on families. And so I have a generally aversion to doing that. And starting really early, as we have done, and it seems like we continue to go earlier and earlier. I know you've all heard me get on my soapbox about this, but like I'm comparing not an August start to a September start, but like I'm comparing August to going later into June, right? When I think about AC costs, when I think about days spent inside for especially our younger kids who basically can't leave the classroom that whole day. And while we have money now to do our HVAC improvements, we have not yet spent that money. And so like those classrooms continue to be pretty uncomfortable when we have kids there in the middle of August. I also am really uncomfortable with this semester difference, that we have fall semester 10 days fully shorter than spring semester. And I know there will be arguments that, we get more time for secondary and that they get to take their finals before the winter break. I understand that. I also, there are many places where you cannot start school until after Labor Day, including where I grew up. And so you have to do your finals after winter break. And I don't think that those states necessarily do any worse on their finals or any worse on AP tests than.
I couldn't do it.
So I want to see some data that supports that one way or the other, right? Before we continue to go down this road of like starting earlier and earlier and earlier, and doing these midweek starts, because I don't think I want to approve a calendar. I want to approve 2 calendars at a time, but I do not like these mid-August starts, and I don't like midweek starts. I just don't think it's good for I don't think it's good for the full spectrum of the kids and families that we serve.
Can I ask about the process here, since this is my first experience?
Please.
Because, I think this input is extremely valuable, but is there a moment that the board gets consulted on this before now? Because
No. Well, not really. So, and I'll speak to this just because So there is a calendar committee,
right?
And Dr. Knappich, you pipe in if I'm getting any of this extremely wrong. Well, actually, or team, if I'm getting this wrong. But there's a calendar committee, which is actually part of our collective bargaining agreements. And so our teachers association, our classified union, our administrators union, and our parent teachers association has representatives that sit on that calendar committee. And they are the ones that put this together. I think what I have heard from a number of folks is that, there is a lack, the parent representatives on that committee are not necessarily, God bless them for volunteering to do unpaid work, right? But they're not necessarily going back to PTA and trying to get input on calendar. And they're not necessarily people who are working outside the home or have those kinds of tensions, right? Or even have young kids, and understand that your life runs on childcare. And I think it's very easy I feel like my kids are still young, but I get the impression that once your kids are older, you go through some sort of amnesia where you forget that the only thing that matters and the only way you are able to live your life or get anything done is the fact that like your kids are somewhere being taken care of by a caring adult, or learning from a caring adult. And so
I'm literally in that life. So
Exactly.
I'm glad to hear that. It just sounds like that voice isn't elevated as much as it should be.
And that's what I would like. Again, I can't dictate what our bargaining, who they put on this committee, but I would love to find a way to, with love, strongly encourage that we have representation from working parents, because I do think, I don't think it's an intentional slight by any stretch of the imagination, but if you don't have that perspective in the space, then we're missing a really crucial part of our community.
Yeah.
I won't advocate for cat parents.
Future discussion or current discussion?
Well, we're having it in this moment.
This is my, I'm going to vote no on this calendar, and that's fine. I'm just voicing my disagreement.
I mean, let's say we all
And-
vote no on this, what's gonna happen?
Then they can bring it, so we've done that before, right? We've tabled it because enough people disagreed or enough people said, okay, well.
What do our neighboring districts do?
That's a great question. So
Can we table
LUSD.
this? It's a weird time, August, do you wanna table this and bring it back?
No, okay. Can I finish what I'm
Oh, yeah,
saying?
sorry.
Because I've done some research.
It's late,
Because
I'm
I do my homework. So, sorry. LUSD is starting the 12th, I believe. Of August. They're starting the day before this proposed calendar. And Glendale Unified is starting the 17th, so the Monday after. They're not doing this half week kind of business. So
What's the logic behind half day?
Half week.
Half week, not half day.
week.
we
I
just
never-
started it last year.
I know, but okay, can we change it? Can we table this? Because I'm not happy
We did it
about
in
it.
the past. They did it like 20 years ago.
I withdraw my motion.
Can you wait, before you say you're not happy with it, I think it's important for you to vote. Can you talk about why you're not happy with it? And then Dr. Knappich, perhaps you could speak a little bit, or anybody, about why we do a midweek for.
Okay, before I say I'm not happy, tell us the logic why we do it in midweek, because nobody could ever answer that, so maybe you can.
There is a thought, a theory, that it's easier on the students, easier on the staff as they transition into the school year. So providing them a midweek beginning, it just eases into the school year.
Oh, yeah.
And
I love a midweek
how's
start.
that?
That's one theory.
Why can't we start on Monday?
He
I know, but I'm trying to.
Right. I would love to see some data on that.
I just don't see
Other
the
than
logic.
that certain people like it. Because yeah.
I mean,
No, so here's what, from a process perspective, and that's why I said, that's why I wanted to make sure we had time for this, right? So from a process perspective, Dr. Arcani, we don't write the calendar, but we do approve it. So we can send it back and say, we don't like this calendar, and they can try to make some changes based on if we want to give them feedback. But what I will say is that it does feel really, I don't know that we're actually approving it really late, but it does feel like we're approving it really late.
It does. 'Cause
And so, I'm,
Next year?
I think we should I don't know that the calendar committee is going to come back with something significantly different for next year, but I feel if it's not obvious, I feel very passionate about this particular issue, and wanted to voice my disagreement.
Okay.
Hold on. Mick, is it okay?
But I'm not trying to convince you to vote
No,
otherwise.
I just wanted to add a question.
So could we have a longer?
Exactly.
What'd you say?
They were saying we realistically wouldn't be able to bring it back until March because we don't have a board. We would have a board meeting next week and then March
that's
5th,
gonna
and
kill
then people will
people's
lose their
vacations
mind.
and- they
So
will.
a couple of quick follow-ups. Could we aim to have this earlier next year? And this is not you don't have to answer me right now. I just want to when we send out the calendar, can we in good faith tell families that here's a survey, there will be childcare available? Because that's what, I'm going to vote yes, but only if that's a true statement. And then the third question is how do we begin the conversation with the people on the calendar committee to make sure we have representation from both working parents and parents who are doing the full-time job of raising their kiddos, so that there's a little bit more of a comprehensive representation on that committee. Because obviously we can't tell people who to choose.
I can take that back to Dr. Macias.
Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Ms. Cotto?
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I think.
Thank you.
Two things. Number one is, it will definitely help if we get 2 years, because remember, we've been talking about that, because I know
Yes,
I'm in
it would.
Montebello, and we have 2 years that I can see already ahead. We're going to be having PD days on the 13th and 14th when school's starting here, but then school starts on Monday. So, I mean, I know the issue is, I think, what we have to understand, maybe we'll look at, is that we've got summer school here, and we have a good amount of time for summer school. So sometimes that gets the push. So I know we might not have data per se as to why, because I personally just like it. But I think from personally seeing what Burbank's always done is that we've got that really good chunk amount of time in summer to be able to run a full summer school program. Where I know in Montebello, we're really scrunched. So we have a really tight turnaround for teaching. So I think that's something maybe we need to look at in terms of the amount of summer you have so that you can have summer school.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. All right, so I got a motion from Dr. Arkanian, a second by Ms. Olson. Any other discussion on this? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion passes 4-1. It is. It's an annual tradition where I vote against the calendar.
The annual airing of calendar grievances.
Let's go.
All right, 12E, approval of change in pay for fee-based teachers, adult school. Oh, sorry. Did we make that motion as amended? Probably not. Okay, sorry. I'm going to need us to remake that motion because it was an amended calendar. So can I get a motion for approval of the calendar as amended? Dr. Arkanian?
He did.
Oh, he did make it as
did,
amended?
Yes.
Okay,
he did say it.
perfect.
Remember? And I had to read.
That's what Peter Knappich says, and I
Yeah.
will take his word for it.
Yeah, I had to read.
All right,
Yeah.
so 12E, approval and change for fee-based teachers. Dr. Knappich?
This is a request from the adult education program to go ahead and increase the fee-based class hourly rate from $29.51 to $35 per hour for
Great.
teachers.
Can I get a motion and a
So
second?
moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion from Dr. Arkani and a second from Ms. Olson. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
It's your
carries
mask.
unanimously.
You didn't get-
I know, sorry.
12F, acceptance of Burbank Teachers Association initial proposal for bargaining a 25-26 amendment.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr.
Second.
Arkanian. Thank you, Dr. Weisberg. Been moved by Dr. Arkanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. Any discussion?
This
Oh,
is
sorry, Dr. Hastings.
legal requirement. We've done our sunshine. We bring it to the public. So you'll see there we have hours of employment, class size, evaluation procedures, discipline processes that we'll be negotiating. Your approval of this will then allow us to start the negotiation process.
Thank you for that sunshine. Any other discussion?
Nope.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12G, ratification of agreement for professional services with, for HR.
Can,
Hang on, Dr. Knappich or Dr. Hastings?
This is a contract being taken from HR to go ahead and work with employees who are in need of workers' compensation, high care cases.
I have one, so actually, let me do a motion and a second first.
so moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Member Olson. Any discussion on this? Dr. Agakanian?
No, you had that.
Yeah, oh, sorry. I was just going to ask, do we know why this is coming as a ratification and not for approval?
This agreement has gone back and forth between the school district and Concentra multiple times, and therefore the delay in the approval to the board.
Got it. And does this cover workers' comp kind of interviews as well, or no?
I don't know.
Interviews, no.
Or you know what I mean?
believe so.
Like when
But
someone
if-
has a workers' comp claim and we send them to the doctor?
It can be part of the process.
Okay,
Yeah,
it
that
could be
part,
part of
the
the
doctor
process,
part.
but it's, okay, I just wasn't sure. Any other questions on this one?
No.
You answered mine.
Okay.
I want to explain that.
Cool. Any other? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, we've done 12H. 12I, approval of memorandum of understanding between Burbank Unified School District, Adult School, and Santa Niño Health Center.
So moved.
Second. This is exciting.
Santa Nino. I'm like, what is Nino? Sorry, there's wigglies in the agenda. Sorry, who moved, who seconded?
Moved second.
Okay, thank you. Moved by member Olson, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. Any discussion?
I am excited about this.
Dr. Knappich, tell me.
This is an agreement with Santa Niño Health Center so that students from the adult school can go ahead and do their internship
Yeah.
in
Oh,
pharmacy
this is what it is.
technician, or physical therapy,
Yeah.
CNA,
So great.
certified nursing assistant.
Oh, it is the CNAs too?
Oh,
Uh-huh.
perfect.
I thought it was the other one. Okay. That's it, whatever, go.
Great.
Clinical medical
Wonderful.
assistant too.
Great.
Clinical
I've got a
medical
motion and a
assistant.
second.
Yeah, it was
All those
CNA.
in favor,
Right.
say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, boy. 12J, approval of MOU between BUSD and Wacom. Dr. Knappich.
So this is an agreement with Wacom to go ahead and provide a learning platform for students at Burbank High School as they work in their animation classrooms.
Yeah.
And Dr. Agner's okay.
Nothing to add unless there's questions.
Okay.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Arkanian, seconded by
Second.
Ms. Cano. Any discussion?
I had some questions. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. Ms. Olson, just talk fast.
Okay, pilots are tricky because I'm curious if we've had any discussion with them on, if we provide them this pilot, any data, do we get discounts in the future? Like, have we received a quote of what this will cost after the pilot? Those are my questions. Ish.
Not quite, because this is beta with them, so it's not a traditional pilot in that sense. We're actually a partner school for them to sort of develop their product. There is cost savings to us because this is creating a virtual machine for us to use some of our animation software. So we won't be obligated to continue to refresh our devices constantly to keep up with industry standard. They'll have a virtual machine that they can access so that we could use almost any device to use the.
So you get to continue to use it, basically. Oh, that's great news. Okay. All I would say is I don't know if we're really testing a beta for them and doing this, it'd be great to actually compensation or some PR. I think it could be valuable for them and us to just brag about our programs here. So that would be the nugget I would share is that if X, Y, and Z occurs from this, that we can kind of mutually benefit from it. But it's great.
My understanding is this is a very reliable company.
Yeah.
I looked into it. It looks great. Exactly. That's why it's it's really nice that we're being selected to do this. So it's how can we capitalize on that further? But yeah, that's great.
I want to recognize Peggy Flynn, who's our director of CTE, they reached out to us specifically because we're in the heart of Burbank and media capital. So they recognize that we are a district that they want to partner with.
So I'd be shocked if they didn't want to do some PR around this, and we should just, use that to our full advantage.
Yep.
That's great.
Great call.
All right. Any other discussion? All right. Been moved by Dr. Arkanian, seconded by Ms. Cano. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12K, amendment to approval of notice of completion, best contracting services, Joaquin Miller.
So moved.
Anyone going to second?
Oh, second.
Thank you. Discussion, Dr. Hasty? Dr.
This
Knappich?
item is an administrative correction to the previously approved notice of completion for the Joaquin Miller Elementary roofing project. The project itself is complete and was substantially finished in October of 25. Tonight's amendment doesn't change the scope of the work and does not add new costs.
Neat. All right. Any other discussion from my colleagues? All right. We've got a motion from Dr. Arkanian, second by Dr. Weisberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12L has been pulled. 12M, we have an amended exhibit that was provided.
This is the approval of professional services agreement for payroll consulting. Can I have a motion to approve the amended agreement?
So moved as amended.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Dr. Hasty?
So we did have a cost sharing, I believe, contract with this organization, which is essentially providing staffing in our payroll department, which we right now need the staffing. We're understaffed. This would be a continuation. I did negotiate this contract. We were at $250 an hour, but I put a not to exceed on it for $75,000, which I do not think existed before. But I want to make sure that's clear to the board. And of course, if we get there, we'll renegotiate as needed.
And this is through June 30th.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Do we anticipate needing the services through June 30th?
There's always a possibility.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm going to give you the answer.
I mean, the statement of work says till March 31st.
Yeah. So I made him
Doesn't
put the
matter.
not to exceed till June.
Got it.
30th.
So we can use the services through June 30th.
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah,
Okay.
You know what I'm saying.
Been
Do
moved
we
by
need-
Dr. Arkanian, seconded by Ms.
Shouldn't
Cano, to approve as amended. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Thank
Any
you.
opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. 12O, approval of professional services agreement Becker and Miyamoto Land Survey Services for Jefferson Elementary. Dr. Hasty.
Yeah, let me see. Which one was that? Okay. Item is approves land survey services needed to support Jefferson Elementary for the ADA path and of travel, that project that we're doing there. Before architectural design can move forward, a detailed topographic and underground utility survey is required to accurately map the site conditions. The district issued a request for proposals to 4 licensed survey firms. So far, we have 2 responded. Becker and Miyamoto submitted the lowest qualified proposal, $24,260.
Has the SFOC reviewed this?
We discussed this yesterday. Yes.
Great, thank you. That was my question. Ms. Cano?
Why was there such a big difference between those two companies?
I can't speak to it. I mean, I've seen many RFPs. Yeah, it's a land. It's hard to say. They don't always know what the other one's bidding either. So I just don't have enough context on this company specifically to tell you, but it's not something I haven't seen before.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get a motion in a second?
I so moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Arkanian, seconded by Ms. Cano. Any other discussion?
Nope.
Not for this one.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12P, approval of professional services agreement, PJHM Architects.
Wait.
12P.
Sorry.
Right?
Yeah, sorry.
For Jefferson Elementary, Dr. Hasty?
Yeah, again, this approves architectural services for ADA accessibility, another thing. And again, a good discussion yesterday with the SFOC was around the priorities, so this is a top priority. This takes a long time to get this done. The project addresses real accessibility concerns raised by a parent of a wheelchair user and focuses on improving the path of travel.
Great. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Okay, any discussion, Dr. Weisberg?
I just think this highlights again our need to work with our bond project managers to make sure that we are correctly, we have the correct level of urgency at each of our sites in regards to ADA compliance.
Yes. That was a discussion last night, and one of the biggest challenge is DSA approval,
Yeah.
which we articulated to the committee. It's about 18 months.
Oh, goodness.
So just keep that in mind. We're moving them fast as we can at this
Oh,
point.
absolutely.
I have a question, Madam
Dr. Arkanian?
Mr. Hastings, so where are we in with the new bond in terms of vendors? I mean, we were looking for some architect companies, and I'd say this.
Dr. Arkanian, we have 9 minutes left in this meeting.
Oh.
Is this important for
No,
this
I'll
discussion?
call you later.
Okay, so it's
forgot we
been
have 9
moved by
minutes.
Dr. Arkanian, seconded by Ms. Cano. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 12Q, agreement with Zen Educate, Dr. Knappich.
This is an agreement with Zen to go ahead and provide an agency person just in case we need it. And we would pay for this through ATB funds, state preschool funds, school-age state preschool monies, and ACES ELAP money. So this is just in case we need it.
So this is a
June
sub
30.
depending on which program they're subbing in.
Correct.
Got it.
Okay.
So moved.
Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
All right. It's been moved by Dr. Arikani and seconded by Member Olson. Any other discussion? Ms.
Have
Khanna?
we used this company before?
No.
Oh, okay.
Pretty credible, though.
All right.
A good name.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 12R, first reading of proposed revised board policy and administrative regulation 1340, access to district records. Dr. Knappich.
Part of the requirements for the California Department of Education is to go ahead and provide an update to this board policy in relationship to immigration activities. So using the CSBA template, we compare it against our current board policy and make the revisions to the policy.
I did see that, thank you.
And then what's also this policy, as well as the next one, we have to turn into the California Department of Education by March 1st. So we'll bring this back next week too for
Got
second
it.
reading.
Got
And
it.
the next one too.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
All right, been moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Arikani. And any other discussion on this?
And we just got the template, that's why it is.
I'm just happy
Thank
that we
you.
have it and that I think it's also something that we can talk about sharing with our community.
Absolutely.
Don't,
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 12S, first reading of proposed new board policy and administrative regulation 1445, response to immigration enforcement.
Dr. White.
Can I get a motion as second?
so moved.
Second.
I don't think there's additional context to add, Dr. Knappich. It sounds like
Correct.
this is the same.
And
Any
this
other?
is currently what we're doing anyway.
Okay.
Just
Yep.
putting it in writing.
Any other discussion from my colleagues?
Quickly, that discussion. So I know that we've been giving out cards about know your rights. Are we doing it again? It's a new year.
We
Or-
can, and we
We
probably
I
should.
would like.
We
Let's,
should.
That is a
let's
good
talk
idea.
to staff about that.
Yes, please.
For sure.
Good point.
And if you ever need people to do workshops, let me know. I have a group of lawyers.
Excellent.
That'd be more than happy.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12U, ratification of memorandum of understanding between Burbank Unified and the CSCA, Chapter 674, regarding DEI leads at sites. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on this item? I believe we've seen this a number of times.
Yeah.
so I'm
I think
comfortable
we're
with
good
it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Ratification of memorandum of understanding between BUSD and the BTA and Burbank Teachers Association regarding DEI leads at
So
sites.
moved.
Second.
That's 12V, right?
12V, yes. Any discussion on this item?
Nope.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. 12W, approval of the district's 25-26 initial bargaining proposal for bargaining amendment to current collective bargaining agreement. This, with BTA. This is what we sunshined earlier, yes?
A lot of sunshining.
Yes. You essentially approved it. Yeah.
Okay,
So moved.
okay, thanks. All right, it's been moved by Dr. Arikani and seconded by Ms. Olson. Any other discussion? No. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right,
1
I am
minute
going
left.
to
1
move
minute.
12X to the next board meeting because we don't have time to read acceptance of gifts tonight. I'm sorry. 13 consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve 13A through 13Z as presented? There's no amendments on the consent, correct?
No, ma'am.
We can discuss individuals, but can I get a motion?
I motion move. Motion what?
Okay, any discussion?
I motion move.
Any discussion? Ms. Khanna?
We were paying for Boys and Girls Club.
The PO, you mean?
Yeah, the PO. It went up.
We
Why did
pulled
it go up
one.
to
We put,
700?
wait, before, we pulled one, 13M.
Oh,
we
pulled.
did.
Oh, we pulled 13M. I'm sorry, I missed that.
One of,
Oh, we pulled 13N.
N.
Excuse me.
N,
So
yes.
I'm sorry. Can you withdraw your motion?
withdraw my motion.
I need a new motion for 13A through 13M and 13O through 13Z.
So moved.
And my second, Ms. Olson?
Second.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Cano had a question about 13C.
Yeah, just on the warrants, do we know, why did we go, Boys and Girls Club went up $750,000? Or did I read that wrong?
We received a late invoice from them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. It's from the first semester.
Yeah.
But we just received it late.
It was just a really big number.
How late did we receive it?
It's still from first semester. It's just we didn't get it earlier. Maybe 2 months earlier, we probably would have got it. So.
Okay.
I have two questions. One is 13P, the ratification for agreement of instructional consultant services. I understand it's a ratification, but the one for at Edison, the contract appears to be signed by a PTA representative rather than the school site principal. I don't know if we want to pull that one. It's a ratification, so it's already happened, but that does seem to be out of policy.
We override signatures like that. And so like I'll sign off on it or another proper signature will sign off on it.
But what if we had it? What if
if
Principal Cody had said like, no, we're not going to do this? Would the PTA have then been responsible for paying for it?
That's a good point.
But it goes through Principal Cody because Principal Cody submits the paperwork for
Right.
approval.
I just think we should get in the habit of not having PTA.
Unless they're paying
Unless they're
for it.
paying for it, sign.
Yeah, it's a great catch.
Yeah, it just
Sign anything.
It stood out to me a lot.
I also noticed.
And then 13L, the AMS for the IBM backup storage. Just curious if we did any sort of procurement process for the hardware there, or worked with our great purchasing director to make sure that we were getting a good price on that stuff. I don't have any comps.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that right now, but I can follow up.
Okay, please do. Any other questions on consent?
Nope.
I had the same thoughts on 13L.
Do you want to pull it for next week?
No, because it still looked like in the justification that it's saving us money.
Yes.
So I don't think it's worth it, but I do want to make sure we're dotting those I's. The only other thing was just noting how 13R it's just so much money and was the trigger for wanting to make sure we see those line items specifically for students served. That's it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, motion from Dr. Arkanian, second from Ms. Olson for 13A through 13M and 13O through 13Z. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I will read the retirements. We thank Jose Valley, a teacher who's began service April 19th, 1990, and Dawn Snowden Frost, another teacher who began service October 19th, 1998, and Lydia Louisi, a paraeducator who began service December 5th, 1997. We wish the three of you the best in your retirement. So we only moved one thing to next week, which I'm quite proud of. And we will now adjourn at 11:34.
Well done.